Señora. The committee will come to order. We are meeting today to consider 10 bills. All have been properly noticed and circulated, and there are copies available on each side of the dais, along with the copies of timely filed amendments. Late amendments have been circulated electronically or will be distributed to members that are present at the dais. Pursuant to committee rules, other members of the committee may submit written opening statements for the record. I ask that members may revise and extend the remarks on the bills to be considered at this markup and have those remarks included in the record. Without objection, so ordered. Without objection, the chair may also declare a recess subject to the call of the chair. Pursuant to Committee Rule 3I and House Rule 11, Clause 2, I announce that I must postpone further proceedings today on the question of approving any measure or matter or adopting any amendment on which a recorded vote or has been requested and ordered. The item for consideration is H.R. 2640, offered by our colleague Representative Holland. I ask unanimous consent that the Subcommittee on Energy and Mineral Resources be discharged from further consideration of the bill, and without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open to amendment at any time. I will now recognize Representative Holland to speak on the legislation. Ms. Holland, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for including this bill in today's markup and for yielding me the time to speak in support of my bill, the Buffalo Tract Protection Act. H.R. 2640 would withdraw 4 small parcels of BLM land in my district near Placitas, New Mexico, from mineral development. I introduced the bill, which is named for the shape of one of the parcels, at the request of my constituents who do not want more sand and gravel mining in their community. This area is already home to 4 of New Mexico's largest gravel mines, and the cumulative effect of these mines has reduced air quality there. Sandoval County has been trying to shift gravel mining away from residential areas since 1989, when the county adopted its first zoning ordinance. As residential development in Placitas has increased, gravel mining has become even more incompatible with the area's character. But the current resource management plan, which dates back to 1986, allows mining on the Buffalo Tract. When BLM updated that plan in 1992, it failed to ensure the ongoing consistency of the plan with local zoning ordinances as required by law. The draft RMP proposed by BLM in 2012, which might be finalized at any time, continues to allow gravel mining in spite of strong local opposition. 50,000 public comments were submitted in opposition to this mining. Those are the people this bill speaks for. Additional mining in the area will cost Sandoval County far more in lost tax revenues than it would gain from gravel mining, because the health risks and perceived health risks from the particulate matter produced by gravel mining in the area will depress property values nearby and deter new residents from moving into the area. According to BLM's own mineral resource studies, existing mines have ample gravel supply for decades of regional development, and there are alternate locations in the area with gravel resources that are more suitable for mining than the parcels covered by this bill. These parcels serve as critical connections for wildlife moving through the area, provide invaluable recreational open space in this growing area, and are home to cultural resources important to neighboring pueblos, all of which will be harmed by the mining. Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham, officials from Sandoval County, the town of Bernalillo, the Merced de Comunidad de San Antonio de las Huertas, the Pueblo of San Felipe, the Pueblo of Santa Ana, the Placitas Chamber of Commerce, and residents of Placitas all agree this is not the right place for yet another gravel mine. And I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this letter of support from the Wilderness Society, and I have it here, from the Wilderness Society for this bill, as well as H.R. 3068, H.R. 3160, and H.R. 5552, which will be considered later in this markup. A legislative withdrawal of the lands covered by this bill will permanently preserve the habitat and recreation resources for the community and protect public health. I know that some of my colleagues want to mine wherever resources might be, and some will argue this bill might increase aggregate prices in New Mexico. While I appreciate their interest in protecting us, New Mexicans, from ourselves, I urge my colleagues to listen to the voices of the people who will be affected by this bill, who are my constituents. H.R. 2640 isn't a knee-jerk opposition to all gravel mining. The Sandoval County Commissioners wrote to this committee that they would welcome gravel mining on other federal lands in the county, but just not in the Buffalo Tract. On behalf of the constituents of New Mexico's 1st Congressional District, my constituents, I urge you to support H.R. 2640. And I yield, Chairman.
Gentlelady yields. Before we consider amendment, does any member wish to be recognized on the legislation? Mr. Gosar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose H.R. 2640, the so-called Buffalo Tract Protection Act, which would permanently withdraw nearly 4,200 acres from mineral development in New Mexico. It is never in the best interest of the economy to declare valuable resources off limits in perpetuity. In this case, the legislation would prevent access to aggregates such as sand and gravel in a growing community near Albuquerque. These materials are critical to construction. For context, production of industrial materials had a total value of $56.3 billion in 2018, showing a 7% increase from the previous year. The proposed withdrawal area contains about 36 million cubic yards of sand and gravel. Denying access to these resources would prevent a major loss to the local economy. The population of nearby Albuquerque and the surrounding region is expected to significantly expand in the coming years, creating a large demand for infrastructure and other construction projects, very similar to what we see in Arizona. New infrastructure could become very costly if building materials needed to be trucked in from other locations from around the country, not to mention the increased emissions from the transportation that this would cause, which could be avoided by locally sourcing the needed materials. I would like to submit a letter for the record from the National Sand, Stone, and Gravel Association in opposition to H.R. 2640.
Without objection, so ordered.
According to the association, this bill would have a significant impact on the cost of public works projects due to the necessity for stone, sand, and gravel required to develop and repair infrastructure and buildings to be imported into the area. Aggregate prices for the Albuquerque metro market would increase 30 to 40%, and some projections estimate a 90% increase in cost. I'd also like to mention that mining operations in the area are already involved in negotiations with other interested local parties, including county officials and nearby homeowners. These on-the-ground discussions are moving toward a fair, thoughtful plan to take various local interests into account. Unilateral federal action at this time is not only unnecessary, but would stymie the progress of continuing talks. It is my hope that the operators and the stakeholders are able to work together to achieve a workable solution through the established BLM process without requiring heavy-handed legislation action as this is. Finally, I'd like to take and add a comment about the name of the bill, the Buffalo Tract Protection Act. Just to clarify, no buffalo were harmed in the mining of the sand and gravel. The withdrawal area is merely in the shape of a buffalo. There are no actual buffalo involved in this debate, protected or otherwise. Proponents of this bill have cited concerns about perceived health impacts of aggregate mining in the area, as well as fears that an additional mine would hurt the ability of the region to attract new residents. It's important to remember that just like any other operation, aggregate mining must meet federal, state, and local requirements to ensure health and safety. Moreover, no toxic or hazardous chemicals are used in the production of aggregates. The main byproduct is dust, which is also limited by mitigation techniques and buffer zones around operations. And considering the amount of naturally occurring dust in western states, it seems unlikely that an additional aggregate operation would meaningfully increase the dust exposure to local residents. Having visited many of these that have to apply to and comply with federal laws, very easily can tell you they meet maximum standards for federal jurisdiction. And with that, I oppose this bill and I yield back.
Mr. Costa, you wish to be recognized?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, for hearing today. In deference to our colleague, I will reluctantly vote for the measure for the following reasons. It is her district. I think she does make a strong case for wanting to deal with the concerns that affect her communities. The governor of New Mexico, who I've worked with in the past, has educated me on this subject and her concerns and is in support of the legislation. In addition to that, there's companion legislation that has bipartisan support, I understand, on the Senate side. Having said all of that, I am concerned for some of the same reasons our colleague who just spoke about the necessity of ensuring that we have a proper aggregate resource for road construction and other construction building materials that are necessary in every region of our country. And I think that the decision on this would normally be determined locally, but the nexus here is there is a Bureau of Land Management related issue, which I think brings the the nexus for this piece of legislation that we're considering. But my view is that we really need to find the best ways to modernize our effort to have a consulting process with the aggregate mining industry. I think that's critical that the consultation process occur at every level, local, state, and federal. I know of instances where that consultation process has worked well. I have been a part of that in efforts on the San Joaquin River, where years ago I created a parkway, a 23-mile linear parkway in which the mining entities are a partner in that parkway and have a commitment to, after the resource has been mined, to return it back to its natural state that allows for continuous use of the public of that very important resource on the San Joaquin River, and at the same time utilizing the mining activities on a basis that provides the necessary materials for our region and the construction in that region. So there is a balance, there is a way in which there are models out there, that is just but one, in which the aggregate industry can work together on compatible uses that are beneficial to our communities. So my suggestion is that we respond to this on a case-by-case basis. I think we've got to expand the efforts to encourage the consultation process, and there's legislation that does that, that I'm supporting, that creates the kind of partnerships that we have been able to establish in the San Joaquin River. So I think at the end of the day, the aggregates, we need to remind ourselves, provide the building blocks for transportation, for infrastructure, also for housing. And in some areas, they're blessed with an abundance of aggregate material, and other areas they're not, and I think we need to be mindful of that fact. So with all of those points, I will, as I indicated, support the legislation. But again, I am cognizant of the fact that aggregate is an important resource, and we need to be mindful of that fact and to strike a balance to ensure that we maintain that material and resources throughout every region of our country. I yield back the balance of my time.
Anybody else want to be recognized on the legislation? Sir.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'd like to yield some more time. Gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Well, you know, I hear the comment from my colleague from California in regards to that this is another member's district. And I want to remind the other side that I've seen a number of other individuals sitting at the dais that have played in my district as well, with the same lack of courtesy in that regard. I also want to bring up, you know, in the delegation, that we had a similar conversation in regards to Chaco Canyon. And there was a group left out, the Navajo allottees. They were not guaranteed in the statute. It seems to always get bypassed, having access to their duly allotted allotments that would have perished under that legislation if we did not guarantee them access to those allotments. So it's all about the details. It's really all about the details. And I think that we got to make sure that we're inclusive of everybody in this regards, particularly when we in perpetuity take things off the table that we can't retrieve. That's something that is problematic, very problematic. And if I saw, trust is a series of promises kept. I constantly see the other side get one part and then continually build upon that part, making it onerous for any building blocks like sand and gravel to be actually accessed. So with that, I want to once again say that I'm opposed to this. I would ask everybody to vote against this. You know, once again, this appears to be rushed again because it doesn't take in all the considerations to all problems and parties. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bishop.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Originally, I wasn't going to say anything, but what Mr. Gosar mentioned is an ongoing process. I have talked often about process. Bad process, bad procedure creates bad policy. And actually, I wanted to say this at the beginning of our markup, but unfortunately, no one was here to hear it. We barely have enough for a quorum. We don't have enough here to listen to the stuff to report out yet. And that process is difficult because there are going to be amendments that are made. And this is the only place in which amendments can actually be heard. This particular bill, once again, didn't have its due diligence in the respect that we had no administrative response to this particular bill on the House side. It was done in the Senate, on the Senate companion bill, but not on ours, which means the procedures that we are doing here in this committee definitely need to be spec'd up. People are not there to hear the debate. They're not here to hear the hearings. They're not here to hear the debate in markup. They all show up to vote at the last minute because too bad. And when they do, they haven't heard any of the amendments that are going to be presented. There will be an amendment that will be presented to this bill. I actually support that amendment because it's technical in nature. But the process is still broken. And that's one of the things that the gentleman from Arizona was talking about. There have been repeated efforts in which legislation has been introduced that piddles around with somebody else's district without that individual even having the courtesy of knowing what it was. It's the process. I may be talking more about process as time goes on here because we have a lousy process in this committee. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Let me recognize myself. I want to thank my colleague, Representative Holland, for introducing this legislation. It's an important piece of legislation to protect not only the natural beauty, but the residents of Placitas, New Mexico. Specifically, the withdrawal of 4 small parcels of land in Sandoval County for mineral development is in this area, it should be noted, already has 6 gravel mines, with 4 being among New Mexico's largest. Placitas community has already paid a price because of an intense concentration of mines in the area. They've been, it has limited the diversifying of economic development in the region and public health. The Placitas community, which includes the Santa Ana and San Felipe pueblos, are in support of the bill to preserve the land for recreation, enhance quality of life, cultural heritage, and wildlife corridors. I would now like to yield the remainder of my time to the sponsor of the legislation, Ms. Holland.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I know the company that wants to mine on the land covered by this bill has made the rounds on Capitol Hill, including visits to my office. They have spoken to members about doing outreach to the community and suggesting the issues addressed by this bill are headed toward a local community solution. But as I said earlier, this is community-driven legislation. The advocates and the leaders of the resident associations have not yet heard of any efforts from the mining company to meet with any of their people or any organization in the entire community, with the exception of only one county commissioner. If the company conducts a good faith outreach effort and reaches an agreement with the community, that would be great, and this bill may not need to become law. But we shouldn't keep this bill stuck in committee based on last-minute non-binding assurances from a company that has yet to reach out to the community who is most affected by this issue. These potential discussions did not stop our colleagues on the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee from reporting out the bill. They shouldn't stop us from voting today to give peace of mind to the Placitas community and the Pueblos in the area. This community says it has been deceived by mining companies before, and there is no guarantee that won't happen again. Sandoval County tried to shut down a large gravel mine when its lease expired in 2015, but the company operating the mine misled the community about its intent to renew the lease. The lease was renewed despite the health, environmental, and economic development impacts of the continued mining. So as I said, if this issue can be worked out through comprehensive local outreach and engagement, that's wonderful. If not, after today's vote, we will be able to work to bring this important community-driven legislation to the floor. Again, I urge my colleagues to support this bill and support efforts to address the concerns of my community. And I yield back to you, Chairman.
I yield my time. Anyone else wish to? Before we, at this point, if there is no further debate, we begin the amendment process. Without objection, the ANS offered by Representative Howland is now considered read and open to amendment at any point. Are there any amendments to the legislation? Seeing no amendments, the question is on adopting the ANS as amended. Is adopting the ANS? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed?
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the ANS is adopted as amended.
Mr. Chairman.
Is adopted.
That was on the ANS.
Oh, okay.
If there's no further amendments, the question is on adopting the bill as amended, ordering favorably reported to the House. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a
And the
recorded
bill is
vote.
declared favorably reported.
Ask for a
The recorded vote has been requested. The vote will be postponed pursuant to my prior announcement. We now move to H.R. 3068. The item is for consideration, H.R. 3068, offered by Representative Keating. I ask unanimous consent that the Subcommittee on Energy and Mineral Resources be discharged from further consideration of the legislation. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. I will now recognize Representative Lowenthal to speak to the legislation. Mr. Lowenthal, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. And thank you for scheduling the markup on Mr. Keating's legislation, which I was proud to introduce alongside several of our colleagues, including Representative McEachin. H.R. 3068, the Offshore Wind Jobs and Opportunity Act, creates a new federal grant program to help develop a 21st century American offshore wind workforce. These grants will help unions, colleges, and universities, and then also state and local governments and nonprofits develop curricula, internship, health and safety programs, and other training necessary for jobs in the offshore wind industry. The bill prioritizes grants to community colleges, organizations that service minority populations and veterans, and those helping workers from other industries transition to jobs in offshore wind. This bill is necessary because there is no doubt that a transition away from fossil fuels to zero-emission energy sources is essential if we're to leave a recognizable world for our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, and beyond. And as we all know, we need a highly skilled and fully trained workforce to make this energy transition a reality. We need to support American communities and workers with the same effort and urgency that we need to confront climate change. And we need to make sure that offshore wind companies are able to hire trained American workers and not have to bring people in from abroad. This bill helps us make that happen. Whether East Coast, West Coast, or Gulf Coast, blue collar or white collar, a prosperous offshore wind industry can benefit American workers and businesses of all types. There have been a number of other renewable energy job training programs set up over the past decade, but so far, offshore wind has been left behind. If we want to secure global leadership in this growing industry, the federal government must be a stronger partner in developing this critical workforce. This bill has bipartisan support in the Senate, and thanks to recent events, it now has bipartisan support in the House. I urge my colleagues to vote yes in support of offshore wind jobs, and I yield back.
Is there anyone else that would like to be recognized? Mr. Gosar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition of H.R. 3068, the Offshore Winds, Jobs, and Opportunity Act. This legislation would authorize a total of $125 million over 5 years for job training grants administered by the Department of Interior for the offshore wind sector. Now, while I support an all-of-the-above energy strategy, including offshore wind development, I have several concerns with this legislation. While I appreciate that this bill seeks to grow the domestic workforce, this committee must also be responsible stewards of taxpayer dollars. First, funding in the bill is authorized without an offset to compensate American taxpayers and without a matching requirement to ensure that these dollars are leveraged by states, localities, and multinational corporations that will benefit from this program. Second, the bill allows grant recipients to spend federal dollars on dozens of activities, some of which are not directly tied to offshore wind job training, and allows the Secretary of Interior to add any number of eligible activities. This section must be tightened up to ensure that these taxpayer dollars are going to actual job training in this field. In fact, fundamentally, this is a bill which should be administered by the Department of Labor or at least the Department of Energy, like the companion Senate legislation. These agencies have a history of addressing workforce issues and detailing local workforce grant programs. Third, labor unions and colleges are the only two entities that can receive grants under the bill, and these entities are encouraged to focus on training, particularly classes and divisions of people. Federal job training programs should avoid picking winners and losers and should seek to help train the best workforce possible by the best training entities and minimize unnecessary federal mandates. Moreover, the offshore wind industry already benefits from various subsidies and tax credits funded by the American people. According to the Joint Committee on Taxation, the Wind Production Tax Credit, the PTC, and Investment Tax Credit, the ITC, will cost taxpayers roughly $5 billion per year through 2022. Not to mention, there are almost 200 training programs already in existence for wind industry jobs throughout the United States. Finally, this legislation underscores that mandates to rapidly scale up renewable energy generation are not possible without massive federal subsidies. If we must pour millions into meeting current wind energy labor requirements, how can we feasibly meet our energy demand with 100% renewable energy in just a few years? If this committee is serious about growing offshore renewable energy, we must focus on real impediments to the new renewable energy projects, lengthy and costly delays in leasing and permitting processes. Right now, the Vineyard Wind Project is held up on permitting because of cumulative impact assessments for fishery impacts. Democrat members from Rhode Island last July called for that project to be delayed for an additional 2 years to allow additional studies. If developers had more certainty regarding the costs and time needed to comply with federal regulations, we might see more onshore and offshore renewable development. Meaningful reform under the National Environmental Policy Act, the Endangered Species Act, and the Migratory Bird Treaty Act would streamline the process for developers, preventing them from spending money on duplicative environmental reviews. This would mean more job creation, and companies would have money to invest in people rather than demanding the federal government create massive new programs to subsidize the development of their workforce. Instead, this committee will be voting today to create a new massive multi-year permitting process for offshore wind by approving H.R. 5552. Once again, the money doesn't need to be spent today. It doesn't need to be spent tomorrow, nor the year after that. It has future ramifications, and it's best put off. And for those reasons, I oppose this bill in its current form and urge a no vote. Thank you, and I yield back.
Yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the legislation? Sir? Mr. Case, Mr. McEachin, and then Ms. Tonka.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The issue of cost has been raised, and so I think it's important to understand that by 2030, the American offshore wind industry is estimated to have a $68 billion with a B supply chain, and by 2050, it could support over 160,000 jobs. In order to make this economic development opportunity a reality, we have to have a fully trained American workforce. Robust federal investment in clean energy job training has been successful, as demonstrated by the solar industry. For over a decade, solar has benefited from federal funding to support job training programs, including millions of dollars in grants during the Trump administration. Thanks in part to these investments, today we have over 240,000 solar workers, a 159% increase over where we were a decade ago. Federal funding for offshore wind job training fills a critical gap that experts agree needs to be addressed. As we heard at the legislative hearing on this bill, one of the biggest barriers to the deployment of offshore wind energy is the lack of trained workers. Experience from the onshore wind industry tells us that if we do not train American workers, companies will look elsewhere. According to a recent survey by the Department of Energy, 25% of onshore wind companies have looked for qualified workers outside of the United States because of hiring difficulties. Foreign companies will continue to rely on foreign workers for offshore wind jobs if we do not adequately train our American workers. Despite these known gaps, there is no dedicated federal program to support offshore wind job training. The federal government should be doing more to prepare American workers for jobs in this growing industry and to protect economic growth opportunities. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Ms. Tonka.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I take this opportunity to support H.R. 3068, the Offshore Wind Jobs and Opportunity Act, as we work to shift away from fossil fuel dependence and toward cleaner and renewable energy sources. It is indeed critical that our American workforce has the skills and training necessary to support this transition. America's offshore wind resources are a source of sustainable, carbon-free energy and have the potential to power coastal economies and, for certain, create new jobs. New York State's 2017 Offshore Wind Master Plan estimated that some 2.4 gigawatts of offshore wind energy could support nearly 5,000 new jobs in the offshore wind industry. In January of 2019, Governor Cuomo increased New York's goal of deploying offshore wind to some 9 gigawatts by 2035, which would power approximately 6 million homes. I'm indeed proud of New York's leadership in trying to find sustainable and clean energy sources as we try to mitigate the effects of climate change. H.R. 3068 will create a federal grant program to help American workers develop the skills necessary to enter this domestic energy industry, and certainly will make a major contribution in our response to the climate change crisis that grips the entire world. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be heard? Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this legislation authorizes a job training program under the Department of Interior. I'm curious if anyone knows if the Department of Interior runs any other job training programs. I don't guess folks do. Mr. Chairman, a few things. Mr. McEachin went through and talked about the jobs that are available under wind energy, under the wind energy industry. And I think it's important for us all to take a step back and look at this is what happens whenever you have pro-growth policies. You have pro-growth policies in terms of helping to reduce regulation, helping to cut taxes, helping to create job opportunities for Americans. Right now, we have more women working in the workforce than any other period in history. We have the lowest unemployment rate for African Americans, Asian Americans, Hispanic Americans. This is what happens whenever you advance pro-growth policies. But Mr. McEachin and other members of this committee, the wind energy sector is not the only one that has job demands, that has needs. We are seeing workers being brought in from other countries to fulfill jobs in all sorts of sectors across our economy. So I do have a few amendments that I look forward to discussing a little bit later, but I just want to make note. Number one, I'm not sure that Department of Interior is the right agency for a job training program. I think we ought to think about that a little bit. You're adding an entirely new mission to an agency, as far as I know. Number two, why are we limiting this to just wind energy? There are other sectors of energy, and perhaps my friends think that there are needs in the solar industry in terms of job training. Why are we limiting this to wind? And of course, in the state that I represent, we produce things in energy in the offshore as well. It's oil and gas. And so why are there not job training opportunities there? Taking it a step further, when you look at this bill, it limits the grantees to unions and to community colleges. We actually have sectors that have come together and created their own job training centers. They've spent their own money creating their own job training centers. Why are folks like that not eligible? There's some sectors like mariners, for example, that are absolutely integral to this industry, to the offshore wind industry. There are fabrication yards that actually build the towers and others that are integral to this very industry that are also excluded from this legislation. So, Mr. Chairman, I think that this bill could use a little bit more thought and perfection. I do have a few amendments to work on that to make sure that we're focused on energy cost and to make sure that we're not limiting and picking winners and losers here. And so I look forward to having that discussion. I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Gosar.
I thank the gentleman from Louisiana. I wanted to bring up the same aspect. The other side shows a lack of business sense in regards to, the federal government has to retrain and retool. Once again, look at how many other industries have actually trained and promoted from within. Why is it the federal government has to, and the taxpayer have to shoulder this burden? Well, maybe it's the OPT program. Maybe it's the optional practical training program where we incentivize companies to hire individuals from foreign governments, and they get a 15% discount, not paying their FICA taxes in regards to Social Security and Medicare withholding. That's pretty interesting. Why can't it be a specific curriculum that is based within the industry? Once again, about market pay. Why doesn't it have that base load of basically paying for something that you're gaining? And once again, to reiterate what the gentleman from Louisiana said, the Department of Labor, not involved in this aspect, that would be the lowest of low that we would actually have to go for oversight on a curriculum. But once again, we don't need the federal government's hand in this jurisdiction. This can all be done within, and that's a big savings. I hear my colleagues on the other side talking about the debt and deficit. Well, here's a great way to have the economy pick it up from within, not from the government. And with that, I thank the gentleman and yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bishop.
Thank you. I appreciate Mr. Graves' comments for two reasons. First one is he didn't read anything. That indicates that obviously he knows what the situation is. But once again, I want to talk about procedure, because lousy procedure produces lousy policy. This one did have a hearing, but the same issues that were have been brought up today were brought up at the hearing, and once again, there was no effort to try and rectify those, mollify, find a consensus, move towards anything in the time between the hearing and this markup. So once again, we're rehashing the same type of things. But the concept that Mr. Graves and Mr. Gosar just said are significantly important. This bill is a gift to special interest groups. We heard this bill in the last Congress. And we had concerns with it at the same time because it was still a gift to special interest groups. If indeed we are going to come up with a training program, a job training program, and there's nothing wrong actually with having job training programs, we need to try and think broader and think philosophically. Like, is Interior the right place to have job training programs? And I think the answer is obviously no. But more importantly, is there some kind of status in which we can do to entail the entire industry, not just certain winners, certain losers? Do we have a broader philosophy of how we actually do this type of work? We're not doing that in this particular bill. This is a retread of what happened last time, which the administration opposed. The administration will oppose it this time. This is another way. This is not going to go anywhere in the Senate because, once again, we here in the House, as reintroducing this bill, still have yet to come up with a philosophical approach on why we do this and why we should not have special interest groups as the ultimate winner. Can I just ask one thing of personal privilege? It has nothing to do with this bill, if I may.
Please.
On behalf of the Republican side, I want to welcome our new member who is here.
I was going to do that after this bill.
Oh, you're too late.
No.
Thank you for being here, and I'm so impressed that you're actually here. That's one of the unique things to your side of the aisle. Secondly, I want to excuse Mr. McClintock, his wife is ill right now, and he has not been here this particular week, and so I want to just wish him the best and wish his wife the best as we go forward with that. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Retaining that point of personal privilege, Mr. Bishop, we're happy to welcome Representative Garcia, representing the 4th District of Illinois, spent decades working on environmental justice issues, and which are of paramount importance to the whole discussion about environment. He's a consistent advocate for low-income and underserved communities, as well as the experience he brings as Deputy Water Commissioner in Chicago. He offers a much-needed perspective and will be very valuable to the issues that this committee deals with. Additionally, I want to thank Mr. Garcia for his leadership on issues impacting Puerto Rico, and it will be critical as we go forward with the discussion on that particular responsibility that this committee chairs as well. Mr. Garcia fills the vacancy by a departed member, and not in terms of deceased, just politically departed. We welcome we welcome him here and look forward to the tremendous contributions he'll make to the committee.
Does that mean we can hope that he will also see the light?
No, Mr. Garcia is much more resilient. With that, let me, anyone else wish to discuss the legislation? Wish to be recognized? If there's no further discussion and debate on the legislation, let me, without objection, the ANS offered by myself is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. If there's no objection, so ordered. Representative Graves, as we begin the amendment process, you have the first amendment designated as number 1, and I reserve a point of order in the amendment. Mr. Graves, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would first like to relish in the fact that the ranking member has finally agreed in something that I said.
Don't push your luck.
Trust me, Mr. Graves, those, speaking from longer experience than yours here on this committee, those are fleeting moments.
I just thought I'd enjoy it while it happened. Mr. Chairman, thank you. As I noted in opening statement, I'm not aware of a job training program within the Department of Interior, number 1. Number 2, a second question to ask the members of the committee, are there other job training programs run out of Department of Labor, perhaps, where job training for this area would be eligible? And I don't know that anyone can answer that question either. Are there job training programs that exist within Department of Labor where you could train potential workers in the wind energy industry? And so we're potentially creating an authorization that is redundant or duplicative to an existing authorization within the Department of Labor, the agency that we've charged with actually helping to improve our labor force in this country. And going back to my earlier comments, if there is an existing program, you would allow Department of Labor to prioritize or perhaps have the discretion to create the program that is appropriate and needed and doesn't pick winners and losers. Mr. Chairman, what this amendment very simply does is it strikes Secretary of Interior and it inserts Secretary of Labor. Therefore, the Secretary of Labor would be administering this program with consultation with the Secretary of Interior, Energy, and Education. I want to make note, Mr. Chairman, that the companion bill to this one in the Senate that I believe Senator Markey, a former member of this committee, has introduced actually has the Secretary of Energy as the lead. And so we've kind of created this confusion, and the path that I think we're moving on potentially is uncertain, and I think that we ought to take this opportunity to clean this up now, to put this in Department of Labor, where I think it belongs and where we have chartered an agency to actually address this nation's labor needs. So with that, I urge adoption of the amendment. I urge that you reserve your reservation and yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone wish to be recognized? Mr. Bishop.
This is what I think I was trying to allude to a little bit earlier when we were talking. This is logical. This puts everything in a proper perspective. I know it doesn't allow us as a committee to have a victory lap on a bill. And I know it doesn't allow us to put out press releases and pound ourselves on the back on something that's never going to go anywhere because of the inconsistencies of what we are doing here. But that's what you're talking. This is an appropriate response. And it was the appropriate response a year ago when we heard this bill. It was the appropriate response that was brought up in the committee hearing and should have been dealt with. And I realize it may have taken it out of our jurisdiction, but if you want a proper program, that's what we were talking about. So I commend you for the amendment. I think it's the right thing to do if we philosophically kind of come up with good policy and not bad procedure, which we are doing in this approach to it. And I'll yield back.
Was that gentleman you?
No, I won't yield back. I'll yield to Mr. Gomer.
Thank you. Since our ranking member, the highest ranking Republican, indicated this is logical, I'm confused. Are you then encouraging us not to be consistent with what we're doing in committee, not to support this since it's logical, or to go against the norm and support it?
I'm somewhat confused. Are you calling me the rankest member on this committee?
Yeah.
Okay.
The highest rankest.
Highest rankest. Okay. Now, this is one of those situations which, if we thought philosophically about this stuff in the big picture, we could have a decent program. But we didn't do that. So either you make his kind of amendments in order, or we have a flawed product that would be coming out of this committee.
So that's a yes.
Having not remembered the question, yeah, I'm giving a yes.
Anyone else? Mr. Graves, I appreciate your amendment and certainly open to working with you before the floor to determine the appropriate home for this program. However, it is my view that the amendment sits outside this committee's jurisdiction. And I say that, and first of all, are you willing to withdraw the amendment? If not, then I'll insist on the point of order. The issue is yes, there's been much discussion about this, but the legislation that's being promoted here is essentially to take some action to begin the process of moving something and something that before we get to the floor can be reconciled to the point you make in your amendment, where the jurisdiction will fall, where the responsibility will fall. But at this point, since it doesn't fall within the purview of this committee, I will insist on the point of order. But the offer is, are you willing as I stated earlier.
Mr. Chairman, first, I want to make note that the ranking member actually gave me a second set of accolades, and so just want to, for the record, wanted to make note. Secondly, I think that I know, I'm harming your future. I think that the fact that this amendment you're claiming is non-germane, it really begs the question on whether or not this is the appropriate committee for the legislation, or if we should put this if this should be within the jurisdiction of the committee that actually is responsible for job training and labor issues in the House of Representatives. Mr. Chairman, I certainly do see the writing on the wall. I know that you're going to claim a point of order against the amendment and say it's not germane. And I will withdraw, but I also want to make note that I would like to work with you on this, and I think that this isn't the only flaw in the legislation. I think the scope of the legislation is flawed as well, and if you'll commit to work with us on those things as this bill moves, then I will withdraw the amendment.
Yes, and I appreciate the withdrawal.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to withdraw Gray's amendment number 1.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman?
Going to the next amendment, Mr. Graves, you have next amendment number 2. Huh?
I do. Can I yield 30 seconds to Mr. Sablon? Did you have something? Oh, you're going to get him? All right, okay. Mr. Chairman, thank you. So what this amendment does, amendment number 2, this addresses some of the other concerns that I had expressed in the opening statement. Number 1, rather than limiting this, if y'all are going to pass this bill, then let's not limit this to just wind. As I said, there are other sectors of the energy economy that I know some of my friends support, and this could include the solar industry. It could include geothermal. It could include wave. It could include nuclear. And of course, in the state that I represent, thank you, the highest production of oil and gas in the United States. And I want to remind all of you, I understand that many of you have great sensitivity to conventional energy production. But looking at what happened whenever Iran came in and bombed the Saudi Arabian refineries, one of the largest refineries in the world. Looking when Saudi Arabia went in and, when Iran came in and bombed the oil tankers, you did not see this surge in oil prices. You didn't see this surge in energy prices for your constituents. Mr. Chairman, in the Arab oil embargo, gasoline prices spiked $1.40 a gallon nationwide during the Arab oil embargo, as I recall. And so, yet when we had these incidences happen, when Iran attacked the Saudi refinery, when Iran attacked the oil tankers, we didn't see it. And as a matter of fact, I think oil prices just dropped after we just had the drone attack on some of the Iranian terrorists. And so this energy resiliency and independence in the United States, as I think the president has said, energy dominance, energy independence, this is critical. And so what this amendment would do is it would not limit the job training. If you're going to pass this bill, don't limit it to just wind. Allow other forms of energy to participate as well. Number 2, let's focus on things like energy cost. And so we also put that as one of the objectives is to make sure that we look at energy cost as one of the overall considerations. Let's not push folks in a direction where we're going to force them. We're going to create a new market by doing all this job training, or try to create a new market, and then we're going to drive up folks' energy cost. If someone wants to do a UC and throw an amendment in a second degree to this that says something about looking at sustainability, I'm fine with that. But I'm just concerned that we're trying to force a job training program in a market that may or may not exist. We're picking winners and losers, and I think that even if you are singularly focused on offshore wind, there are important sectors of this very industry that aren't included. Again, the mariners, the fabricators. You also, the bill doesn't take into consideration that some of these companies that do this work have created their own job training facilities, and they're also ineligible. We should be rewarding those people because we could probably do job training for cents on the dollar by participating with these companies that have created their own job training centers already. So I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back, balance my time.
Wish to be recognized on the amendment? Mr. Sublime?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm almost sold on Mr. Gray's amendment on the idea that we should expand this program, but more so on his previous amendment where it doesn't make sense that Interior be given an additional mission as he quoted. We directly deal with Interior on many things involving the insular areas, and giving them additional job of training workers on windmills or air energy is probably not something that will work well. That it should be, training should be as much as possible kept within the Department of Labor. And that if there is a chance in the future where the chairman and Mr. Grace or the committee will work on this issue, I will support Mr. Gray's amendment. It makes sense, it's reasonable, it's correct, it's right, I think. So I thank you, and I yield back.
Chairman Niels, thank you. Mr. Bishop, you want to be? Mr. Lowenthal?
To speak in opposition. With respect to the gentleman from Louisiana, who I respect greatly, I'm opposed to this amendment, and I'm going to urge everyone to vote no. Let's be real clear. The purpose of this bill is to prepare a workforce for offshore wind jobs in the United States where we do not have any trained workforce. This amendment would completely erase the purpose of this bill. Why is it so important that we do offshore wind? It is estimated by 2030 that American offshore wind industry will have a $68 billion supply chain. And by 2050, it could support over 160,000 jobs. But as we heard at our legislative hearing, as was pointed out by the ranking member, we had a hearing on this bill, that there is a lack of properly trained workforces, which puts all of this at risk. If we want to secure global leadership and make this economic opportunity a reality, the federal government must be making smart, targeted investments in job training for offshore wind workers. And we've already seen that these new jobs in offshore wind industry aren't just benefiting workers in the Northeast. Whether it's East Coast, West Coast, Gulf Coast, blue collar or white collar, a prosperous offshore wind industry can benefit American workers and businesses of all kinds. That's why we included in this bill a section that says grants must be awarded to the extent practical across all regions in the country. In fact, it was a company from the gentleman's own state of Louisiana that helped to build the nation's first offshore wind farm off the coast of Rhode Island. That company testified in the last Congress how they have traditionally worked in the oil and gas sector, but they are now leveraging that expertise for offshore wind development. I'd also like to highlight a letter of support for this legislation from the National Ocean Industries Association, which is a trade group that is closely aligned with offshore oil and gas industry. They agree that in order to secure the tremendous economic opportunity for offshore energy workers, we must direct more federal funds for offshore wind training. I ask for unanimous consent that the letter that I just mentioned from the National Oceans Industry Association be entered into the hearing record.
That objection so ordered.
Mr. Chairman,
Sir?
strike last word.
How you doing?
Pardon?
Are you finished? Mr. Lowenthal has the floor right now.
Oh, I thought he yielded back.
No, I haven't. We need to be making targeted investments for job in the offshore wind industry. So that's really what this bill is about, if we are to assume that global leadership. So I urge a no vote on this amendment. As worthy as it is to really talk about all energy development, we are now focused on offshore wind, and I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Sir, you're recognized.
Apologize for jumping in. Strike last word. I just wanted to note a couple of things here, echoing my colleague of Louisiana, what he said. This myopic view about wind and renewable does leave out some of the other more traditional sources of energy, and as Louisianians, we always have to advocate for that. He's made some good points. I'm going to yield my remaining time to him, but I just want to say the other concern here, the overriding concern, is about this amount of funding. It's $125 million, I think, and that seems like chump change to us. But I just want to, continually remind everybody in this body that we have a $22.5 trillion federal debt, and the amount goes up dramatically and exponentially every moment that we sit here deliberating over these things. And while there's no offsets for all this new spending and all these there's lots of great ideas for federal spending. But I just want to make the simple point that we don't have the money for it. And I'll yield my remaining time to Mr. Graves.
Thank you, my friend from Louisiana. I think a lot of the points my good friend from California made actually make our point. So number one, you noted that there are projects that are underway today. Well, how are those projects underway if there's not already an industry and a workforce, including those in my home state, including the folks from Gulf Island that came and testified here, that are building the towers? Why are they ineligible? Why? Well, I don't understand why they're ineligible for training under the legislation. My friend talked about how the bill ensures that all regions of the country are benefiting, that we have a geographically dispersed program. Well, I'm not sure how folks from Iowa and Nebraska and other states that are interior would necessarily benefit, but maybe there is a way, and that's by expanding on eligibility, by expanding eligibility to ensure that truck drivers, to ensure that those that have to go out there and build the lines, the electrical distribution lines, because now we're generating electricity in an area that doesn't currently have electricity generation in the offshore. So you have to build the distribution lines, which you've got to go through and do all of that construction work. And so those are all things that are integral to this whole system that right now are ineligible under the bill. And so our bill tries to fix that. Now, one of the other things that I find somewhat ironic is that my friends in all of our hearings, my friends on the other side sit here and beat up on Department of Interior constantly. You beat up on Department of Interior constantly, yet in this case, you're trying to add an entirely new mission and expand the budget of the very agency that you often refer to as being inept. I'm not sure that I understand that consistency there. I would just urge, having run an agency, I would urge that we try to keep agencies focused on their core mission of work and not do expansions, and particularly not expand the mission of an agency that I'm not urging political advice or offering political advice necessarily to you, but if you don't like an agency, I'd generally suggest that we don't add to their budget and expand their mission. Just my 2 cents. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, I just want to ask another question, I think third question of this committee. So could someone please name a project, an offshore wind project in America that has been stopped as a result of the workforce, of a workforce in offshore wind that was incapable or insufficient to actually provide the project? I can answer the question for you. There's not one. However, many projects have been stopped as a result of the regulatory process. So if my friends want to work with us on reforming the regulatory process, or perhaps supporting what the President did last week and some of the proposals related to the reformation of the NEPA program, then I'd be happy to work with you all on that. But again, this amendment is not designed to be partisan. It's designed to actually be thoughtful and make sure that solar and other other energy sectors are eligible for job assistance. I think it points to the facts that projects are not currently stopped as a result of of an insufficient workforce, that there are other things that are stopping projects from moving forward or at least slowing them. And it points out the fact that you have all of these other integral sectors to an offshore wind project that are currently excluded under the base text of the bill, or the ANS of this legislation. So again, I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back the balance of the time.
Anyone else wish to address Mr. Bishop?
Thank you. I appreciate the comments that have been made so far by everyone. I think, Mr. Lowenthal, you were direct and to the point, and you pointed out what I think is the problem of this particular piece of legislation. It is very narrowly crafted. It's a specific crafting to benefit specific special interest groups. So once again, you can generate some nice PR out of it, but it's never going to pass. What Mr. Graves is talking about, and I'm sorry to do this, damn, this is 3 times in a row for you, is exactly what the situation is. It was down, I think, in New Orleans, where you were hosting us once again at a hearing we had in which we talked about the problems of the workforce, not only in wind, but in every element of the energy sector. We are, as a country, facing a problem in the workforce simply because our workforce, which are high-paying jobs, our workforce in every sector is an aging workforce. And we are not generating enough new people to take those jobs, which means in all sectors of our energy society, we are having more and more foreign workers come in and take those jobs because they are actually generating the surplus, and we're not doing it. We're not having training for those kinds of jobs in our colleges. We're not doing those kinds of programs. It is a significant problem as our workforce in the energy sector starts to age, which is why those job training programs are useful. I hate to say I told you so, but a couple of Congresses ago, when I tried to do some reforms on LWCF, one of my goals was to take some of that LWCF money and specifically have job training programs, especially for those that are high minority colleges and institutions, to try and train a workforce for these types of jobs, simply because our workforce is aging and the amount of foreign employees who are working those jobs are increasing, and increasing at an alarming rate. So, I speak in favor of this amendment because, once again, this is the broad view of what we should be doing to come up with good policy. This would be a good policy in looking at everything, and the underlying bill is simply too narrow in its scope and focus to go very much further in this process. With that, I yield back. I'm sorry, I yield to Mr. Gosar.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, because once again, the gentleman from Louisiana and the gentleman from Utah make perfect sense, because we're lacking even aspects in regards to the apprentice programs. When you start looking at the electrical business in regards to the labor force, we see actually it being solved twice over, where you actually have an apprentice that comes into an electrical engineer or electrical workplace where they're making $40,000 and being trained. And by the time they leave, they're making $100,000. So what ends up happening is you don't see student debt. You don't see somebody encumbered by the burdens of that debt. So he brings up a lot of good choices that both do in regards to making sure that this legislation covers all the bases and effectively gives everybody a chance. And with that, I yield back.
Oh, and thank you, reclaiming the time. As important as I think this debate is, I am sorry that we are actually spinning our wheels with this debate. Not that I'm going to talk about procedure again, but there are not enough people present here at this committee to actually qualify for a recorded vote, which means in a new amendment that no one has heard about before has just been debated and no one is here to hear about it. It's a problem we have in our procedure. And with that, I yield back.
Anyone else which should be recognized? I think as much as we're talking about this piece of legislation, I think there's a context, a historical context to this as well. The bill is narrow, yes, and it's narrow with the purpose, because part of the whole effort here is to push forward renewable and alternative energy as a source to help combat climate change in this country, and to begin to put some equilibrium and some balance into our energy policy. And in the historical context, $125 million or whatever the amount is in terms of grants to Interior. I think the responsibility of this committee as well, and I appreciate the leadership of Mr. Lowenthal on this, is to stimulate and push that discussion forward and not wait around for it to magically happen. I think we need to be advocates when it comes to renewable and alternatives, because that's part of our responsibility as well. And the other context is the issue of money and the issue of training. If we were to talk in context, the subsidies and support, and now regulatory support as well, that is going on to support oil and gas is historic, and it's huge. And this is a small drop of sand in an effort to try to build capacity for this nation to be able to deal with the issue of climate. That's why it's narrow, and that's why this committee is taking the leadership on it, because, and as we go forward, as I indicated in the amendment, those discussions about jurisdiction and who will be responsible for the administration, those discussions can occur. But the discussion today is to go forward on this question and not to leave it behind, and that's why I'm no on the amendment and yes on the underlying legislation. And with that, I yield back, and is there any further discussion? Any further discussion on this amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the Graves Amendment number 2 to this bill. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any other amendments to the legislation?
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested, and vote is postponed pursuant to prior instructions. We are now moving to H.R. 4248, introduced by Mr. Cartwright of Pennsylvania, surface mining control. What happened? What?
To be recognized on.
Oh, this comes at the vote there. Does this come with at the vote there?
I think
Yeah.
we moved H.R. 4248. Mr.
Recognize him first when we call up this way.
Ask that we suspend action on the bill before before moving it to favorably to the House, so that we can respond to the issues here to work with other committees.
We voted on that, Mr. Gosar, to move it forward at the end. Yeah. Isn't this it? We didn't do this. Okay, H.R. 4248, Mr. Cartwright, Surface Mining Control and Reclamation Act, amendments of 2019. The item is for consideration, offered by our colleague, Mr. Cartwright. I ask unanimous consent the Subcommittee on Energy and Mineral Resources be discharged for further consideration of the legislation, and without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment. At this point, let me recognize Representative Cartwright to speak to his legislation. Mr. Cartwright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this morning we're here to talk about the Surface Mining Control and Reclamation Act amendments of 2019, and I thank the chairman for bringing the bill up today. I'd also like to thank my friend and colleague, Congressman Glenn Thompson of Pennsylvania, for his support and partnership, and also the support of my neighbor in Pennsylvania, freshman Congressman Dan Muser, on this bill. I also want to recognize over 100 national and community groups who have united to say that our work is not done when the coal is gone, and people who have been working hard for years to make sure our nation's abandoned mines get cleaned up, raising their voices in support of this bill. Millions of Americans live less than a mile from an abandoned coal mine, including over 1 million just in Pennsylvania, which has more than 5,500 unreclaimed mine sites, more than any other state. Now, abandoned mines are harmful to our health, our environment, and our economy. They poison our water, they create sinkholes that open up and swallow our homes and our cars. Some have open pits and shear drops that have killed hundreds of people, including children and hunters out in the woods. These are problems that led Congress to pass SMCRA, the Surface Mining Control and Reclamation Act, in 1977. SMCRA established the Abandoned Mine Land, or AML, Trust Fund by charging active coal mine operators a small fee on every ton of coal mined in order to pay for reclamation of abandoned mines. Now, when I say it's a small fee, I mean it. It was small back in 1977. It has not kept up with inflation, and it was reduced further when SMCRA was last reauthorized in 2006. And this bill that we're talking about today keeps the lower 2006 levels. We are talking about a few cents per ton of coal. But the states who depend on these few cents have worked hard to make them count. In its first 40 years, the AML program has already eliminated over 46,000 open mine portals and 1,000 miles of dangerous high walls, in addition to cleaning up waterways and creating opportunities for economic development on land that was previously unusable. This is a great start, but we have a long way to go. The Office of Surface Mine Reclamation and Enforcement, OSMRE, which implements SMCRA, estimates that it'll cost an estimated $10 billion to reclaim the remaining high-priority abandoned mines across our nation. And if Congress allows the AML fee to expire next year, that urgent work will remain unfinished. That's why Congressman Thompson and I introduced H.R. 4248 to make sure we do right by the communities that have kept our lights on over the years. Our bill reauthorizes the AML fee collection at current levels for 15 more years. It addresses the effects of sequestration, and it increases the amount of funding available for minimum program states. Now, this bill, importantly, is a result of a consensus from the Interstate Mining Compact Commission, which includes all 34 states and tribal territories who rely on the AML Trust Fund. These states and tribes have already done the hard work of hashing it out and compromising and agreeing on a plan that works for everybody. That includes states where there's lots of coal mining still going on, and states with barely any coal left, states with Democratic majorities, states with Republican majorities, states with every shade of purple in between. At our hearing on November 7th, the Deputy Director of Wyoming's Department of Environmental Quality testified that previously unknown AML sites are still cropping up, being discovered in his state, in Wyoming, and that the AML program is key to achieving his agency's mission. Now, since we already have this rare level of compromise and bipartisan agreement, I do hope my colleagues will join me in advancing a clean bill that honors that consensus, creates jobs, protects the environment, and saves lives as well. Finally, I do ask unanimous consent to submit 2 letters for the record. One is a letter of support for this bill signed by 45 organizations around the country, and the other is a support letter from Trout Unlimited sent this morning.
Without objection, so ordered.
And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing this bill up in our markup today, and I do urge a yes vote on final passage. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be? Mr. Gosar?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This legislation would extend the abandoned mine land program for another 15 years by reauthorizing the reclamation fee on every ton of coal produced at current levels. Through the AML program, the states are able to fund environmental restoration and habitat conservation in historic mining communities, which will in turn support job creation and economic development. Now, while most AML work certainly remains, I do have some concerns with this bill as currently drafted. I would like to remind my colleagues that this program is sustained entirely by the modern coal industry, which did not create these abandoned mines, and the states cannot continue this important work without a healthy and productive coal industry. The AML program was last reauthorized, as we heard, in 2006 when the U.S. coal production totaled a record-breaking 1,162 million tons. By 2018, coal production had decreased by almost 35%. These trends are not driven by a lack of recoverable resources, but because the Obama administration, billionaire Michael Bloomberg, and moneyed special interests has spent the last decade waging war on coal by making it more costly to do business, stopping clean new coal plants and forcing the closure of plants providing affordable energy to families around the country. As this committee considers measures such as this to continue the AML program, we must carefully consider these trends and whether the current structure of the AML program and the AML fee is sustainable. We cannot advance policies that slow or halt production of coal altogether and simultaneously call on coal producers to fund programs like the AML in perpetuity. With this in mind, it seems this committee's priorities are at odds when it comes to coal. Today we consider reauthorization, but this committee has also considered numerous measures designed to hamper coal development on both federal and non-federal lands in this Congress. In addition, just before the break, the majority leadership introduced legislation focused on fossil fuels designed to keep it in the ground, a simply reckless energy policy based on economic and energy fantasy futures. Perhaps they didn't consider that such a ban would greatly reduce revenues to the AML program. While the need for abandoned mine cleanup remains, this committee must carefully consider whether the fee levels and provisions included in this bill are actually sustainable. Therefore, we must take a hard look at the current state of the program and put the proper oversight mechanisms and priorities in place to ensure that the program is being carried out as effectively as possible. With these concerns in mind, I hope that we can work together to improve the bill to ensure accountability and efficiency in the AML program and to support the robust production of coal to meet our energy needs. I submit a letter from the National Mining Association opposing this legislation. And with that, I yield back.
Any other member wish to be? Let me, before I yield to Mr. Cartwright, let me speak in support of the legislation. The abandoned mine land reclamation projects are beneficial. They're beneficial to the environment, safety, public health, and actually create economic opportunities and jobs in many of those regions where the coal industry is not the job creator it once was, is providing an opportunity for many of those regions for people to find employment and to have good jobs. It's been around since 1977, but the work's not done yet. And with $12 billion by some estimates worth of abandoned mines, they still need to be reclaimed, and we need to pass this reauthorization to make sure that these funds continue to do that. The responsibility, I think, for the public safety, environmental issues, and public health falls squarely on all of us, but the industry itself must continue to do its part, and I think this legislation is both necessary and urgent at the same time, and I want to thank the gentleman for his legislation and yield the 3 minutes that I have left to him. Mr. Cartwright?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the comments from Congressman Gosar. First, so many of the points that were raised are things that have already been hashed out. The Interstate Mining Compact Commission, which comprises all 34 states and tribes that have AML programs, collectively agreed on the exact arrangement that is represented in this bill. So this bill is already a bipartisan compromise between Democrats and Republicans, and this is a kind of consensus that is rare in Washington these days. We have states from all different parts of the country that agree to this. We have red and blue and purple states. We have states with lots of active mining and states whose mining heyday is long past. They have all agreed on this bill, and it's a consensus that is a delicate balance of the many different needs of all of those different states and tribes. So tinkering with the bill now, as the gentleman suggests, with amendments, changing this or that detail, could upset that delicate balance and spoil the Democratic and Republican compromise that has already been reached. So this committee should support the consensus of all the 34 states and tribes by advancing this bill clean with no amendments. On the question of whether it's unfair to ding the ongoing coal mining operations, the way this whole construct works with the AML fund, well, I understand that, but here's the thing. The communities struggling from the impacts of abandoned mine lands are the ones least able to pay the price. If the idea is let's not extract the money from ongoing operations, who is the burden left to? It's left to the local taxpayers. And they're the ones least able to pay for it. These are folks already dealing with economic ramifications of being left in the lurch by the coal companies who failed to clean up their own mess. These are folks that have blighted lands in their neighborhoods that they cannot redevelop for new business ventures until these open shafts, these dangerous high walls and other hazards are remediated and land is restored to a livable state. So not only do the mines close, but the mining communities that depended on them cannot use that land to replace that lost income with new industries and create new jobs. If we don't reauthorize the AML fee before it expires next year, the folks in those communities are the ones who are going to be left holding the bag, and that's not right. The idea that this is a fee that will be extended into time immemorial, that's also a fallacy. This is a discrete 15-year extension, 15 years and that's it. And it's not too long. This is not in perpetuity. There are thousands and thousands of abandoned mines left to reclaim. We have a lot of work to do here. And according to the Office of Surface Mining Reclamation and Enforcement, it's going to cost over $10 billion to finish the job and clean up the remaining mines. That is an extremely conservative estimate. It doesn't account for certain administrative costs or the fact that previously unknown AML sites keep being discovered when new sinkholes open up under somebody's house, revealing an underground mine. At our hearing in November, John Stefanko, the expert witness who testified on behalf of the Interstate Mining Compact Commission, explained that the true cost could approach $13 billion. So we have a lot of work to do, and we can't drop the ball now. So I appreciate the gentleman's remarks, but I oppose them. I yield back.
Gentleman yields, and I yield back time. Any further debate on? What are we on the amendment? Any further debate on the legislation? Seeing none, seeing that there's no further debate, we'll begin with the amendment process. Representative Levin, you have the First Amendment designated 36, and you're recognized for 5 minutes, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva, and thank you to my colleagues. My amendment would increase the fees paid by coal companies into the Abandoned Mine Land Fund to 56 cents per ton of surface coal, 24 cents per ton for underground coal, and 16 cents for lignite. As has been said, the Surface Mining Control and Reclamation Act was enacted back in 1977, and even then, fees were higher than they are today. Not only have those fees never been raised for inflation in over 40 years, not once. Congress actually reduced them in 2006. Adjusted for inflation, the industry should be paying up to $1.54 for every ton of coal mined. Compared to this, my proposed amendment is a very modest increase. I want to point out that companies should be paying more to cover the $12 billion backlog of abandoned coal mines, not the same low fees that have allowed that backlog to grow in the first place. Abandoned mine land reclamation projects improve the environment, public health and safety, and create economic development opportunities in areas that have been left behind by an industry being displaced by new technologies. But while cleanup costs continue to rise because of inflation, the AML fee does not. It shouldn't be surprising that we're moving backwards. The $12 billion backlog was a $10 billion backlog just a couple of years ago. Now, I know that coal companies argue they can't afford to pay into the fund, and that increasing or even simply extending the fees at the current level creates an unfair burden on an industry in decline. There's no doubt that the industry is in decline. Over the past decade, coal use in the United States has dropped 40%. And last year, coal production dropped another 6.5%, even as the administration has tried to resuscitate the industry. But I would argue that the coal industry has been conveniently selective about what it does and does not have the money to pay for. For example, in Murray Energy's recent bankruptcy filings, we learned that Bob Murray paid himself $14 million for 1 year, gave his successor $9 million plus a $4 million bonus, and donated nearly $1 million to groups dedicated to promoting misinformation about climate change. It seems that many of these companies have selectively shallow pockets. Executive salaries and climate denial, they get funded, but fulfilling responsibilities to workers or the environment does not. Given these facts, it looks to me like coal companies can't afford to pay into the AML fund, even at a higher rate, instead of padding their profits and boosting their bonuses.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, I'll yield.
Mr. Levin, thank you for the amendment. I do appreciate your concern about the low AML fee. As you point out, the fee was lowered in 2006, and this bill simply continues the fee at the lower level, and it's probably something that I should have gone into in response to Mr. Gosar's concerns. This fee has not been adjusted for inflation, Mr. Levin, in sum, you're right. This fee is significantly lower than the original fee passed by Congress in 1977. In fact, to go into the details a little bit, the bill proposes extending the fee at the current rate, which is reasonable and low by historic standards. In 1977, they set the following fee: 35 cents per ton of coal produced by surface mining, 15 cents per ton of coal for underground mining, and 10 cents per ton of lignite coal. Now, if those fees had been indexed for inflation, today they would be about 5 times that level. For example, $1.48 per ton for surface mining. Instead, they have not only not kept up with inflation, but were actually lowered when SMACRA was last reauthorized in 2006. So the current rates are 31.5 cents for surface mining, 13.5 cents for underground mining, and 9 cents for lignite. That means that the effective rate today, accounting for inflation and the 2006 reduction, is about 21% of the original 1977 fees. We're talking about basically 80% off fire sale here. So I fully appreciate your comments, Mr. Levin, and I'm very sympathetic. But as I mentioned earlier, the bill that my friend Mr. Thompson and I have offered is a bipartisan agreement. It reflects some of the concerns Mr. Gosar had, and it has the full support of all 34 states and tribes that have AML programs. And those states and tribes have already debated the details of this plan, the duration of the extension, the size of the fee, the increased funds for certified states, all of it. And the bill before us today is the result of that long, drawn-out negotiation. The bill before us has Democratic and Republican support and broad geographic support. So I respectfully oppose this amendment, as I believe it would upset the balance that this bill has achieved and could endanger the passage of this critical legislation. I would like to thank the gentleman from California for his dedication to helping the AML fund, but I would ask that he withdraw the amendment to allow for this compromise bill to move forward. Thank you, and I yield back to the gentleman from California.
I appreciate my colleague's response and that he's worked so hard to create a broad bipartisan coalition in support of this bill, and in the spirit of bipartisanship, something that isn't nearly common enough here in Washington, I will withdraw my amendment. But I strongly believe, and will continue to believe, that extractive industries should adequately pay to reclaim land from which their industry has benefited. And while I support AML reauthorization, I hope it's clear that the coal industry is getting off relatively easy under today's bill. And with that, I yield back.
Discussion? Yo, the gentleman withdrew the amendment?
Yes.
So ordered.
You withdrew the amendment?
Yep. If there's no further comment, are there any other amendments to the legislation? Let me comment on Mr. Levin's amendment, and I respect the effort of the legislation to draw a nonpartisan compromise. I think it's necessary to keep the program and the cleanup efforts alive in general, but Mr. Levin is correct. And as we get into further discussions about hard rock mining and the fact they pay nothing in royalties, that nothing goes into any trust fund in order to deal with at least 10 times the amount of cost and liability to the taxpayers in terms of that cleanup and that abandonment of hard rock mines, I think the discussion will intensify. But your point is well taken, and it's correct. With that, if there's no further amendments, if there are no further amendments, the question is on adopting the bill and ordering it favorably reported to the House. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the bill is ordered favorably reported, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Mr. Bishop?
Under Committee Rule 5C, I give notice of my intention to file additional rescinding views on the bill just considered, and I ask unanimous consent that this notice be extended to all members of the committee to apply to all bills being considered by the committee today.
Order. And now we move on to HR 5552, legislation by Mr. Lowenthal, Migratory Bird Protection Act of 220. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment. I will now recognize Representative Lowenthal to speak to the legislation. Mr. Lowenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Migratory Bird Treaty Act of 1918 is one of our nation's bedrock environmental laws. It has protected thousands of species of birds and has been the implementation language for several international treaties which also protect migratory birds. Unfortunately, almost 100 years after it passed, in 2017, the Trump administration issued what I consider a radical reinterpretation of this treaty act by overturning decades of precedent which had been established by both Republican and Democratic administrations, which undermined our commitment to these international treaties. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has now told companies that they are no longer required to avoid incidental harm to birds. Companies will no longer be held liable for damages and now have less incentive to implement practices to protect birds. Furthermore, while previous administrations have held companies liable under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act when disasters occur due to negligence, like oil spills, this administration has made it clear they will not hold them accountable. In cases such as the Exxon Valdez, the Deepwater Horizon, and other smaller oil spills, responsible parties in the past were fined, and the funds went towards important habitat restoration efforts in the aftermath of these disasters. A similar incident happening today under the Trump administration policies would not result in a single dollar's worth of fines under the MBTA. The intent of my bill, the Migratory Bird Protection Act, is not to overregulate, but it's to create a fair system, voluntary system with certainty for industry to ensure that we meet our international treaty obligations and recover damages only when egregious situations arise. The Migratory Bird Treaty Act has covered incidental takes for over 100 years, and in this bill that we're debating today and voting on in this markup, we will make sure that we stay in compliance with our international treaty obligations and continue to cover incidental take. But we also recognize that some incidental bird deaths do occur. The legislation directs the Fish and Wildlife Service to work with the industries up front to develop general industry-wide permits for incidental take and develop a system where companies would pay a mitigation fee, would self-certify that they are utilizing these best management practices, and these companies would not be punished if something happens, as long as they agree to engage in the best practices, which they'll help to develop, the industry, and that and they pay this mitigation fee. We must have consistent implementation moving forward and make sure that the Fish and Wildlife Service knows that it has the authority to punish bad actors. And the operative words here are bad actors, not to go after everybody, but to those that do not either participate in engaging in best practices or refuse to involve themselves at all in that process, or when birds are killed due to negligence. You may remember that a discussion draft version of this legislation was heard in the Waters, Ocean, and Wildlife Subcommittee back in June. At that hearing, I encouraged the industry and other stakeholders to work with me and my office on this legislation. I want to thank everyone who reached out and worked with us in this very productive, iterative process. As chair of the Energy and Mineral Resources Committee, I understand the importance of energy production and the need to promote a cleaner, more sustainable future. This legislation will increase certainty for industry and create a clear path forward for making sure that we continue to develop energy projects in an environmentally sustainable manner. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this important legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone wish to be recognized in the legislation? Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have serious concerns with the legislation before us today. I know his intention is good, but the concern is about how this would impact a countless number of businesses and commercial interests across the country. As mentioned, we did have a legislative hearing on a draft discussion of this bill last year, and I'm sorry to say that none of the concerns that I raised in that hearing have been addressed in the updated text we're now considering. I don't think anybody on this committee is opposed to strong protections for migratory birds. We all agree on that, but we can and we must do that protection without creating new burdensome permitting regimes and exposing countless businesses to criminal liability. It's been discussed ad nauseum that this bill's applicability is extremely broad, covering essentially any conceivable commercial activity. Make no mistake, violations of the Migratory Bird Treaty Act come with stiff penalties, including fines and even potential jail time. But by making the penalties of this bill applicable to virtually any business, I fear that we're inviting a scenario where we must simply place blind faith in hopes that prosecutorial discretion will prevent government abuse. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill, and I'd ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the National Ocean Industries Association expressing concern that this bill's impact on the offshore energy industry, which of course includes wind energy as well. I have the letter.
Without objection, so ordered.
I would yield my remaining time to Mr. Hearn.
Thank you, my colleague from Louisiana. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak in opposition to the bill H.R. 5552, the Migratory Bird Protection Act of 2020, authored by my friend Mr. Lowenthal from California. This bill would have severe consequences for businesses and communities across the entire nation, specifically for the rural power electric utilities like the ones found in my home state of Oklahoma. Mr. Chairman, rural electric utilities are the backbone of the local economies that they energize, and without them, my constituents' livelihood, their very way of life will be put at risk. We should not allow reckless environmental policy driven by special interest groups from the left to punish our rural utilities with onerous, burdensome overregulation from the federal government. As a matter of fact, electric cooperatives aren't the bad actors in the grand scheme of things when it comes to avian mortality in this country. According to the research done by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, by their best estimates, the top 3 causes of bird deaths are strikes from automobiles, collisions with glass buildings, and death from feline predation. That's right, house cats account for vastly more bird deaths in this country than any impact from rural electric utilities, and yet under the language of this bill, it's electric utilities who will be bearing the brunt of the heavy hand of federal regulation. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. For these reasons, as well as plenty more, I will oppose this legislation under consideration and encourage the rest of my colleagues to do the same. Mr. Chairman, I encourage you to consider the strong opposition to this bill, as stated in the letter addressed to the committee sent by the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association, NRECA, which I ask for unanimous consent to be entered to the hearing record. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Lemmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to build on what my 2 colleagues just said. Looking at those Fish and Wildlife Service numbers, to be really specific, the top 4 causes of deaths to migratory birds, and we all want to save the birds, we want them to be healthy and thriving. Songbirds is another issue that's part of this, but I want to let you know that cats is 2.4 billion birds lost a year on average, estimated by the Fish and Wildlife Service. That's the number 1 cause. The second is birds colliding with buildings, glass buildings, and that's about 600 million. The third cause is collision with vehicles. You know, you're running down the road and bird flies in front of you and it dies. 214 million birds a year. And the fourth is poison. Poison not intended for the birds probably, but they get into it and die. And that's 72 million. By contrast, one category is oil pits from oil and gas production. That's less than 1 million. That's 750,000. So compared to 2.4 billion, 600, 200, and 72 million, the energy-related things that I see on this list, you know, looking at the numbers, the science and the math, pale in comparison. It looks like we're taking a sledgehammer to kill a flea. And so, Representative Lowenthal, I appreciate the intention behind what you're doing, but I just don't see that it's really practical and realistic. And I would yield to you if you want to respond.
Yeah. Thank you. And you do raise really important issues about bird deaths. But remember, in this bill, we're only talking about those deaths and that legislation in terms of what can be avoided. Cats and other things, those can't be avoided. We're not talking about penalizing those. So the question is, what can be avoided? And what the bill says, actually, is in those incidental deaths, where it wasn't a deliberate intention to kill it, but they died because of practices, as long as those companies, whether it's oil and gas, whether it's farming, as long as they engage in best practices voluntarily, which will be decided between Fish and Wildlife and the individual, as long as they self-certify that they're doing, they will not be eligible to be punished. That's it.
Okay, reclaiming my time. Thank you for that response, but the bill is going after all kinds of energy production and transmission, including renewable energy production. So I just, I know this is well intended, but when I look at the effect of overregulation, our economy and the energy industry in particular just doesn't need that. So I would respectfully disagree and will be voting no, and I associate myself with the remarks of Representative Hearn and Representative Johnson, and I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman,
Mulcher.
Huh?
Mr. Chairman.
Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too respectfully rise in opposition to this policy shift in the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. I think it was 2017, Principal Deputy Solicitor Daniel Giorgiani issued an opinion that correctly applies the Migratory Bird Treaty Act to purposeful actions that kill migratory birds. Currently, incidental take can be applied in many different circumstances to many different actors, which carries a substantial penalty, and that goes up to 6 months in jail and a $15,000 fine. So oil and gas companies have been referenced here, but I want to bring up the potential impact it has on my own state, Idaho's ranchers and sheep herders. They're seeking to make an honest living, but often hamstrung by federal policy. And one example of that is if this opinion of incidental take is overturned, then a rancher who's trying to protect his land utilizing a lawful prescribed burn and accidentally destroys a protected avian bird's nest, that rancher could be held liable, and that's just not right. I want to quote from a letter from Public Lands Council, National Councilmen's Beef Association, and the American Sheep Industry, and they represent more than 22,000 cattle ranchers and more than 100,000 sheep ranchers that operate on federal land. They state, and I agree, ranchers should not be held liable for those unintended, unforeseen, and very rare occurrences where a normal operating activity results in the loss of a protected avian species. With that, Mr. Chairman, I have unanimous consent request to submit their letter in opposition for the record.
So ordered.
With all the permits, applications, and regulations that my constituents currently have to deal with, especially Idaho's ranchers and sheep herders and farmers, adding a new permit could easily cause further backlog, and it's just not wise. I believe the current administration's opinion on the Migratory Bird Treaty Act is sufficient. Commend the Department of Interior for issuing a common sense opinion which provides more certainty out of the West for my constituents. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
And I appreciate my friend's interest in protecting migratory birds. Migratory bats are also a problem needing protection. But we just had taken up the issue of grants for establishing offshore wind career training grant programs. And I think it's very important to note here, if we're going to protect migratory birds, we got to take another look at wind turbines. That will do far more to protect our migratory birds and endangered species. This article from Forbes in 2019, why wind turbines threaten endangered species with extinction. It goes on to point out, for example, bats that we need desperately. It says in some places like Texas, where white nose syndrome, a deadly fungus, only recently arose, the wind turbines are the single greatest threat to the bats, and these are migratory bats. Wind energy facilities kill a significant number of bats, far exceeding any documented natural or human-caused sources of mortality in the affected species. There are no other well-documented threats to populations of migratory tree bats that cause mortality of similar magnitude to that observed at wind turbines. Wind turbines have emerged as one of the greatest human threats to many species of large threatened, high conservation value birds after habitat loss from agriculture. Wind energy threatens golden eagles, bald eagles, burrowing owls, red-tailed hawks, Swainson's hawks, American kestrels, white-tailed kites, peregrine falcons, prairie falcons, and many, many others. The expansion of wind turbines could result in the extinction of the golden eagle in the western United States, where its population is at unsustainably low level. I know that wind energy is a favorite topic of so many of our friends here, but the truth is we have not properly addressed that it is potentially the biggest threat to migratory birds and endangered species. Another issue here is that insects cluster at the same altitudes used by the wind turbines, and there's graphs and whatnot, but the insects cluster at the highest density between 150 to 250 meters. These are critical to keeping birds alive. But the large new turbine blades stretch from 60 to 220 meters above the ground. They're killing insects. It's another huge problem. And in fact, in Germany, where there's so many wind turbines, there's potential, well, it's the biggest threat to insects, and in fact is the largest cause of their big insect die-off, according to this research. But there are groups that refuse to acknowledge this, and they're being disingenuous. In fact, some are being dishonest. There's one company that was advocating for wind turbines in New York, and they claimed there were no known bald eagle nests, and that was because they took a helicopter and flew over the known eagle nest, destroyed the nest, and after that there were no eagle nests. So anyway, it is something we need to look at. I'm concerned about migratory birds, but I think the wind turbines are a far bigger issue. And for that reason, since we're not addressing what I think is the biggest issue for migratory birds and keeping them alive, I'm not supportive of this bill at this time. I yield back.
The legislation. Mr. Westerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, I know that my colleague, Mr. Lowenthal, and I have something very much in common on this issue, and that's that we want to see vibrant populations of migratory birds. We both definitely have that goal, and I'm going to respectfully disagree on this bill because I don't think it's going to take us to a place where we're going to see more thriving populations of migratory birds. When the Migratory Bird Act was created, it was put in place due to the rise of market hunting and the plume trade that was really decimating the migratory bird populations nationwide. But if we look at what's happened since then, it's the great work that's been done in our country, and a lot of it done with migratory waterfowl and creating habitat for fall and winter feeding and spring and summer breeding. And we've seen a great increase in conservation that's good for all of migratory birds. That was an incentive-based program where people saw the benefit of fixing habitat, which ultimately benefited these birds. I see this bill as more of a punitive program that's going to disincentivize people, and I don't think it's going to do anything to really protect migratory birds because it's looking at incidental takes. And again, it's not somebody intentionally trying to take out a migratory bird. It's just as it says, an incidental take. And birds fly into things. We know they fly into buildings, they fly into wind farms, they land on power lines, and they interfere with flight patterns. I'm really concerned about the liability that this bill creates because if you're in one of those businesses and you have to mitigate that risk, the only thing you can do is increase the cost of whatever service or object you're providing to pay for whatever it's going to cost if you have an incidental take. And again, it's not going to do anything to reduce those incidental takes from what I read in the bill. It singles out 5 commercial activities, explicitly requiring that DOI issue general permits for those activities. And these commercial activities do not constitute the leading causes of incidental take. And in my mind, they're arbitrary at best. If I look at just one tiny way this would affect my state, where migratory birds, especially migratory waterfowl, are extremely important, I only have to look at this bird called the cormorant, which is a protected migratory bird. It does devastation to our our fish farms in the south, and also as far as Michigan, the commercial fishing for smallmouth bass and walleye and all those species. These birds can do a number on them. And it's hard enough to get depredation permits right now to keep that population in control, and this is just going to add another layer to it. So again, I oppose it. I'm with my colleague on the idea of creating better habitat and better opportunities to get more migratory birds, but I don't think this is the pathway to do it. And Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to submit a letter from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce stating their opposition to this bill as well. And I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to bore you and the committee again with the concept of procedure. If you have bad process, you have bad policy. This is one of those situations, and I'm not saying anything about Mr. Lowenthal. You're very sincere in what you're doing and you're a very good member of this committee. But no, the boxes have not been checked in the process and procedure. And so perhaps staff has to realize that has an impact on what takes place. This bill had an oversight hearing on a draft discussion, but the bill was actually written after the hearing. There were no hearings after that, and one of the things we're going through here is a lack of changes in trying to fit the issues that have raised because of that. There was a bill we had in our last markup, 3977, which once again the subcommittee had an oversight hearing on issues totally irrelevant to the bill itself. And in our markup, we spent over an hour going through those issues again, which could have been done and should have been done if you went through the process properly. This bill has not received an administrative response to it. We'll have another bill in here, 3160, who also has not had, it had an oversight hearing, and it actually had a ledge hearing, but no one in the committee decided to adequately inform the administration to get their approval on something else. This bill has no administrative record on their opinion of it as well. Now, we are smart enough to actually do that without an administrative opinion. In fact, somebody just whispered in my ear that this is one of the best debates and arguments we've had on any bill we've had. The problem is, even though we are competent to do that, look around. Who is listening to you? You don't have enough members in this committee right now even to have a quorum. You're going to have to add 8 more people just to have the number to vote for it. You can talk all you want to. Wonderful ideas. And there is nobody except people who don't vote to listen to it. That is the problem we have in this committee. Now, I'm sorry if a lot of the members of this committee don't want to be here, and they'll only show up to vote. That doesn't mitigate the fact that the majority of people who will vote on this bill will not have heard any of the debate. They won't have heard the debate in the hearing because there wasn't a hearing on this particular bill. And they won't have heard the debate in here because other people have decided to show up. And I'm sorry, it's affecting my side as well. The lack of attendance at markup debate is infectious. The process is wrong. The process is bad. And if you have bad process, you end up with bad policy. And that's exactly what we're going through with here right now. And I'm going to say this over and over and over again. It is the wrong way to run government. It's the wrong way to run a committee. It's the wrong way to deal with policy issues. It's the wrong way to deal with legislation. And it's rampant in Congress. It's not just here, Mr. Grijalva. It's rampant in Congress. But it is epidemic in this particular committee. Now, in the past, when we were there, our side has nothing to do with we can't control the House. You guys can't control the White House, thank heavens. But in the past, those roles were reversed. We went out of our way to make sure the boxes were checked, even though I didn't like the opinions, I didn't respect the opinions coming from the Democrat White House. We went out of our way to make sure that happened. It is not happening now in this committee. That's a procedural issue that needs to be fixed. And it's a procedural issue that's causing problems in the actual result of this. And once again, I'm sorry to waste your time in doing that because obviously the people that need to hear this aren't here to hear it.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sure.
Would a motion be in order, Mr. Bishop, to say we should delay this bill at least until we get an administration opinion? And back to you.
No, and I actually, anything like that is obviously in order and appropriate. The problem I have is until the staff decides to make that priority issues, we're not going to gain anything because of that. And as I said earlier, we have the capability of actually talking through these issues, except no one's here to talk about it. There are deeper, more obvious reasons. Now, I recognize the fact that everyone has other commitments, other meetings. I mean, I dealt with that when I was chairman as well, which is why I tried to make everything just 1 hour. Give me 1 hour of your time, and we can make this done. But we're not even trying to come up with that right now. And the fact that we're dealing with bills that are written after the oversight hearing, without a legislative hearing, and without getting that input, just exacerbates the problem. But thank you for that comment, and I yield back.
Chairman yields. I think that there's an important, I think necessary comment to make is that the administration invited to ledge hearings on a regular basis, and almost all of them doesn't show up. Invited to comment on pieces of legislation, no comment. And so the choice then becomes, do we wait indefinitely for something from the administration in terms of any of the legislation or oversight hearings that we're having? Do we wait indefinitely for an administrative witness to come forward at their timing, at their pleasure, or do we move forward with legislation? We're moving forward with legislation. The fact that they are not participating in this process cannot be laid onto this committee that we're the ones that are preventing the administration from having a role. They have a role, they choose not to exercise it, and rather than this committee becoming a potted plant for the Department of Interior, where we get watered when they decide it's time to water us, we bring the legislation forward that has been talked and gone through the process, and this is an example of it. I think we can't lay the blame on the fact that we don't have an administration present, because they've been more than invited on all the occasions. With that, if there's no further debate on the legislation.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Graves, and then Mr. Gosar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first of all, I want to be very clear that I am strongly opposed to Mr. Lamborn's Kitten Eradication Act of 2020. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, earlier Mr. Lowenthal had inserted a letter into the record by the National Ocean Industries Association, many of the members of which we represent in South Louisiana. I believe that my colleague, Mr. Johnson, inserted into the record their letter. And I do want to make note there are some concerns, and they've got a few pretty bold lines in here. This bill set for consideration in your committee on Wednesday, January 14th, in some ways recriminalizes the mere existence of entire categories of environmentally beneficial projects and has the potential to resurrect an avenue for over-prosecution and pressure to bow to NIMBYism at the very moment that this important piece of renewable energy sector is expanding. And so I do want to make note that there are, I believe, legitimate concerns by the practitioners that are most affected by this. Mr. Chairman, this is coming from somebody, I've spent much of my life actually working on habitat. The area that I represent is the largest wintering habitat for migratory waterfowl in America. We have very robust research programs run by our state Fish and Game Agency that track these birds flying from Canada and the Dakotas down to Louisiana, the largest flyway in North America. I know that my friend from Arkansas appreciates that flyway for different reasons that I do, but this is an important issue for us. The area of South Louisiana that I represent, we have folks like E.A. McElhaney that was very involved in the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. His father, Edmund, is the one who created Tabasco down in South Louisiana. This is a really important issue for us because these birds all come down to where we live, the area that I represent. It seems like my friend from California has pretty good consensus on a component of this, and that's the research component. It's the idea that we do need to look into this. My friend Mr. Lamborn, and yes, I was in jest earlier, but my friend Mr. Lamborn did go through and cite some of the more potent causes of loss. My friend Mr. Westerman talked about that a little bit as well. And I do think that if we're going to act, it is important for us to act in a way that has the greatest efficacy in terms of solutions. I do want to work with my friend from California in this legislation. I also need to be respectful and representative of the folks that I represent from home that have expressed concern. I'll say it again. I think that one thing we could do, and we do have consensus on, is moving forward on the research component of this, because I think that could help to inform us on what type of solutions we actually legislate on moving forward to ensure that, as Mr. Lamborn noted, that our solutions result in the greatest impact in terms of saving our migratory bird species. I have an amendment coming up, and I just want to briefly preview that, and I want to thank my friend from California for working with us on that. I noted that Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries has a robust research program related to this. The grant program or the research program in the underlying bill doesn't include them, and we work together to ensure that state fish and game agencies are eligible recipients under the research program. But I just want to make note that I am entirely supportive of the objective that my friend is proffering or promoting here in this legislation. I do have concerns about incidental take and concerns about the compatibility of the underlying intent of the legislation and how, if that was really designed to address poaching, which I think was really designed to address versus incidental take. But I am committed to working with my friend to make sure that we do design legislation that does the best job we can, ensuring the sustainability of migratory birds and all of the benefits associated with that, and just hope that we can find a way to move forward in a bipartisan way that actually gets this bill across the goal line. So with that, I'll yield to Mr. Gosar.
I would like to yield to the gentleman from Utah.
Actually, why don't you take your own time, because I can't do it in 20 seconds.
Well, I express...
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. I express the same thing as my colleague from Louisiana. This is not a partisan issue. You know, there's lots of theories out there. For example, the Pacific Flyway. There's a theory out there that actually the plane travel is actually what has caused a division in the migratory route, where those big birds that would normally go over the land base of California are now going out overseas. And those that can't are coming back now over Arizona and Nevada in that application. In fact, you could look at that as actually saving birds, because they're not running into buildings, they're not playing with cats and all sorts of other things. So, but I want to regress to another point. Trust is a series of promises kept. We had a conversation about an earlier bill in regards to the gravel in New Mexico. And I referenced Chaco Canyon. Now, here was a case where you had lots of people over here that had no opposition, as long as the details were followed through. So why did we get an ugly face over in the Senate? It's because we were exploiting a minority, particularly the Navajo, where they weren't going to have abilities to access their allotments. That's how simple as it gets. Simple as detail. And what the ranking member has talked about is process. Process, process, process. Trust is a series of promises kept. And I think that has a lot to do with that application and rushing legislation through. It's as simple as saving face, making sure that those people that are implicated actually have due recourse. And I want to reiterate, this is something that a number of us could get behind and have a conversation about. But with that, in its current state, I have a number of amendments that you'll see. I will be going here for quite some time, I will tell you. But I want to say I oppose it in its current legislative.
Now,
I'd like to yield the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Bishop.
thank you. I want to say something about process. Take somewhat of agreement and umbrage with what the chairman said. Yes, there are a whole lot of times when the administration tells us nothing, both present and past. And there are a whole lot of times when that wasn't there, and no, you don't wait for that. But what I was talking about are 3 specifics on this markup and the last markup, where we as a committee, the committee staff, failed to do the process. There is no administrative position on this bill because it was written after the hearing, and there was no opportunity to do it. Last markup, there was no administrative opinion because there was no hearing on that particular bill. And 3160, they did have a hearing, but staff failed to tell the administration of the hearing with a really lame excuse for why that did not happen. So yeah, I admit, you shouldn't wait for administrations, and sometimes administration gives us absolutely no answer whatsoever. I recognize that. But I'm talking about 3 specifics on the markup today and last month in which we failed in the process. And that's my complaint. So I agree with you, and I also disagree with you heavily. And once again, we're going a whole lot of time on this one, and we're going to go a whole lot longer because, once again, you didn't go through a systematic process of doing it.
I reclaim my time, and one last comment. I'm hardly a partisan hack about this. I have been very poignant and very consistent in regards not only from your side of the aisle, but this side of the aisle, that process makes good policy, makes good politics. So I hope that we look at that application, because you've got a lot of people here that want to have a say in good process, building good policy, building good politics. Thank you. I yield back.
Anyone else wish to comment? Before we consider amendments, does any other member wish to address legislation? If not, there's no further debate. We will now go on to the amendments, and I think the first amendment is Mr. Graves, designated as number 1, and you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I definitely won't take 5 minutes. I have a very simple amendment. That there's a research program in here that makes research grants related to migratory birds, makes different not-for-profit groups and others in universities involved in research eligible for research and development associated with, for research associated with migratory birds, sustainability. The base text excludes state fish and game agencies. As we all know, our state fish and game agencies are often the leaders in our respective states in regard to this research. The Chairman, Congressman Lowenthal, our friend from California, has agreed to accept this amendment, and I believe the Chairman has as well. And I just want to thank my friends for working with us on this amendment and for improving the research program and making sure it's inclusive of those in our respective states that often lead these research efforts. So with that, I yield to my friend from California.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. I want to thank Representative Graves for submitting this amendment. State Fish and Wildlife agencies are working with industries to develop best practices to protect, to conserve migratory birds. I agree that they should be at the table for research, and I'm glad my friend from Louisiana identified this need, and I support the amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Is there any further debate on the amendment? The question is on the Graves Amendment number 1. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of Chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to, and we move on to Representative, is that number 1? Representative Gosar, you have the next amendment. You also designated 1. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm offering this amendment to provide protections for entities and individuals who are conducting commercial activity with no guidance or regulation from the Secretary. The base bill establishes a massive new permitting process for nearly every project in the United States. The bill creates a multi-layer individual permitting requirement for all commercial activity immediately upon enactment. Can I suspend until we have quiet?
Would you give the opportunity for Mr. Gosar to present his amendment? The gentleman will take their conversation to the anteroom. It would be very helpful.
The bill creates a multi-layer individual permitting requirement for all commercial activity immediately upon enactment. As we know, that will cost entities roughly 788 days and $271,596 in completing the process, not counting the cost of mitigation or design changes. Instead, we should implement these changes as the regulations are promulgated by the Secretary and impose the liability at the same time. As much of my colleagues harp on the fact that their bill is only imposing requirements that have existed since times immemorial, that simply isn't the case. This type of permitting process for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is completely new, and for many of these industries, best practices may be unclear, simply outdated, or in some cases like offshore wind, completely untested in the United States. As a result, the underlying bill's immediate establishment of liability, permitting, and mitigation will serve as a tremendous hindrance to new development and construction. Instead of going from a world of no liability, wherein most of the country courts have clearly stated that incidental take is not covered by the Migratory Bird Act, immediately to a state of not just liability, but individual permitting and significant mitigation costs, this amendment offers a more reasonable guide path. Under this amendment, liability will come in when the Secretary establishes a permitting program and promulgates those regulations. Without this amendment, the underlying bill starts from day one, threatens the ability of individuals to build, operate, or conduct business without a clear regulatory program in place. In addition, it provides protection for other industries not specified in the legislation until such time that the Secretary identifies the industry and drafts regulations. Mr. Chairman, this amendment would put a hard stop to the shock of the underlying legislation. It will implement a program that will allow the Secretary to establish a regulatory program on an industry-by-industry basis that protects our domestic industries and applies this new liability as permits are available. I believe this is a common-sense amendment that will protect our economy while leaving in place a system that allows the misguided goal of the underlying legislation to proceed if that is the goal of the majority. With that, I yield back.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Lowenthal.
Yeah, I want to talk about this, Mr. Kosar's, the interim coverage amendment. Really, that's really what he's talking about. And what do we do during these years before the regulations are developed, or not the regulations, the best practices are developed. This amendment is really essentially codifies the current, what I think is an irresponsible approach by the administration. There's no liability now under the MBTA for bird deaths. As I said in my general statement, this has been a very iterative process. Throughout the past year, I've heard from many industry representatives about what to do during this interim coverage in the bill. It was the theme for many of these folks who came to talk to us about this. The approach that many in the industry requested was a sort of safe harbor between when this bill is signed into law and when the general permit would be finalized. I listened to all those concerns. I developed an interim coverage program based upon what the industry was asking for. Simply pay a mitigation fee and let the Fish and Wildlife Service know how you're avoiding and minimizing bird deaths, and you are covered until the permit program is finalized. You are protected. However, this administration tells the industry that they can do whatever they want and not be held accountable for several more years. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Chairman. Wish to address the amendment? Mr. Westerman?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield to Mr. Kosar.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. You know, once again, we come back to the same state. You know, good process builds good policy, builds good politics. We don't do something based upon an error that we see on another institution and make it comply with flawed litigation that we're actually putting here. Because as I stated out here, there's going to be impugned costs. So once again, we've not thought this through. And to the gentleman's point, you know, yesterday in the Western Caucasus, we had the new director of the Fish and Wildlife Service who talks about some of these very aspects yesterday about that. You know, where has been the consensus of moving some of these people through in key points like the Fish and Wildlife Service? So once again, the beauty's in the detail. We may expect one thing, but another thing is implied. And so we researched this very carefully in regards to the mitigation and the impugned application. Law has a lot to do with that, and how words are stated. And so I would tell you right now, I think the way that the legislation is written does not give what the gentleman particularly wants. I think it's very noble in kind of a transitional phase application. I will say I like that idea. But the way that it's written, I think, means something totally different. So with that, I would subsequently ask everybody to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Anyone else wish to discuss the amendment? If there's no further discussion on the GOSAR amendment number 1, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair is the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Gentlemen, has asked for a recorded vote been requested. Vote be postponed based on prior announcement. Representative Gosar, you have the next amendment, designated number 2. You're recognized, sir.
No, I think I have number 3 first. We're not going to offer number 2.
The border wall one,
Number 2 is off. Border wall's off.
it's off.
It's off. It's withdrawn.
Great news.
So we only have 14 more?
That's exactly right.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Representative Gosar, you now have a next amendment. It is number 3. Amendment number 2 having been withdrawn. You're recognized, sir.
Just for correction, not 14, but 11.
11.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that the multi-year permitting process established in this legislation will have real impacts on the ability of our nation to build the infrastructure and jobs necessary to keep our economy moving. As mentioned, the average applicant for an individual 404 permit spends 788 days and $271,596 in completing the process, and the average applicant for a nationwide permit spends 313 days and $28,915, not counting the cost of mitigation on design changes. I believe those costs are far too much for many industries in America that will be impacted as a result of this bill. This amendment exempts from the covered commercial activity definition of this bill normal grazing and ranching activities. Grazing and ranching is the livelihood of many rural communities across the country, including my district. Ranching and grazing are already subject to stringent permitting and regulations, especially if it takes place on public lands, which is commonplace in the West. Adding 300 or 800 additional days and tens of hundreds of thousands of additional dollars in costs seems simply unnecessary. Therefore, I offer this amendment to clearly exempt this action from being required to process these permits under this legislation. And with that, I yield back.
Anyone wish to, Mr. Lowenthal?
Yeah, we're talking about I want to talk about really the next, these 11 exemption amendments. I'm not sure why these are all needed to be individual exemption amendments when we could have listed all of these in one amendment and done it, because they're all a list of exemptions. But let's just talk about what they are. They're fear-mongering, they're Chicken Little, the sky is falling amendments. They're nothing more that, the reality, though, is that the Migratory Bird Treaty Act has been in effect for over 100 years. The bill that is before us clarifies that incidental take is covered, and that has been covered from 1918 until 2017. Guess what? Under previous administrations, where they recognized incidental takes as a violation of the law, all of these activities went on for all of this time. Grazing and ranching still occurred. Farming took place. Pipelines were built. Roads and highways were built. Planes flew. Railroads operated. Commercial transportation happened. Police, fire, and first responders did their job. Housing was built. Renewable energy infrastructure was built. Hospitals and nursing homes were built. Schools were built. The bill that we have before us is a common sense approach that can be taken to minimize bird deaths. If in fact my colleague wants to work constructively with me on this bill, I welcome it. But this is not the way to be constructive. I oppose this amendment and all of these amendments and yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Chairman?
Any further discussion on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield to Mr. Gosar.
Sir?
Once again, we rationalize this by fear-mongering. Once again, this is beauty in the detail. So if we've been paying attention to specific federal law, that's part of the problem, is that we're not specific enough, and sometimes we're even too specific. So the words matter. And when you're changing the course of legislation or changing a law, you want to make sure that that is very explanative in regards to that definition. That's why these are all being done in that aspect, is to show the intent of the language. What did Congress want? And when it goes before a judge, they take that into consideration. What was the discussion? How did it go? What did they concede? What did they want from priorities? What were the specific aspects that they asked for? That all has to take in under general admission into the law. So from that standpoint, I find it insulting that my good friend from California would say this is fear-mongering, particularly when we look at the West and we see the condition of the private landowner, or those like the cattle and raising companies out there, or ranches. They're impugned from many of these jurisdictions, and a lot of that non-specificity has caused them to do harm. I mean, particularly when we start looking at fire danger, when we've seen a private entity trying to mitigate their fire danger, and their fire escapes their private enclaves and goes onto public lands, all of a sudden they're impugned and they're arrested and fined and charged. But yet when the federal government then does the same thing and impugns private lands, there's no compensation whatsoever in that regard. So with that, I ask my colleagues, because we have defined that this legislation is seriously lacking in definitions and particularly in the sort of application that needs to have specificity here. I would love to have this conversation, and like the gentleman from Louisiana and many others here, because this isn't a partisan issue. So with that, I ask people to support this amendment and yield back.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the Gosar Amendment number 3 to this bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Huh?
I ask for a recorded vote.
I haven't finished stating it yet, but you're going to get your recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Gosar. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. It's true.
I asked for a recorded vote. I was trying to save us some time.
A recorded vote has been requested. This vote will be postponed pursuant to my prior announcement. Next amendment.
Number 4.
Number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe the multi-year permitting process established in this legislation will have real impacts on the ability of our nation to build the infrastructure and jobs necessary to keep our economy moving. As mentioned, the average applicant for an individual 404 permit spends 788 days and $271,596 in completing the process, and the average applicant for a nationwide permit spends 313 days and $28,915, not counting the cost of mitigation or design changes. By the time I'm done with these 11 aspects, I think everybody will have those memorized. There'll be a test afterwards. I believe these costs are far too much for many industries in America, and they'll be impacted as a result of the bill. This amendment exempts from the covered commercial activity the definition of this bill, normal farming operations. As many on this committee know, farming in this country is no easy business. Many of our districts are dependent on agriculture for thousands of jobs and millions of dollars in economic activity, including right now. In fact, if you're having a salad in the United States today, about a 95% chance it's coming from my district, from Congressman Grijalva's, and California. So it makes a big deal. Trade uncertainty, broader international competition, and the rising cost of doing business create unique challenges for our domestic producers. Thankfully, the House passed the landmark USMCA trade agreement last month, adding 30 or 80, 300 or 800 additional days and tens of thousands of dollars in additional dollars and costs seems simply unnecessary and a step backward. Therefore, I offer this amendment to have some clarity on this bill and what is exempted and what is not. And with that, I ask everybody to support this legislation.
Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on GOSAR Amendment Number 4 to the bill. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. This vote will be postponed pursuant to Chairman Grijalva's previous announcement. We next move on to Representative Gosar. You have the next amendment designated number 5. You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe the multi-year permitting process established in this legislation will have real impacts on the ability of our nation to build the infrastructure and jobs necessary to keep our economy moving. Once again, I want to specifically, and will harp over and over again in regards to the detail. Beauty is in the detail, and that is very, very important when we're conducting legislation. As mentioned, the average applicant for an individual 404 permit spends 788 days and $271,596 in completing the process, and the average applicant for a nationwide permit spends 313 days and $28,915, not counting the cost of mitigation. Once again, I think these are way too high for an industry, applying carte blanche blanket across the industry, and therefore I would ask that the legislation under this amendment be passed. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Gosar. Is there further discussion on this amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the Gosar Amendment Number 5 to the bill. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I'm going to speed this up. I ask unanimous consent that all amendments be read, taken as read, but voted on individually at the end of the bill.
Yours says you can't do that.
Can't.
I might let you do it, but you
I'm
can't
trying
do
to think
it.
outside the box here, trying to save us time. Okay, well, I'll try to speed it up.
Just speed it up.
Okay. Well, it was
Okay.
an attempt, now we know. Mr. Chairman.
We're right now, in the opinion, the noes have it, so they're,
Record a vote.
that's what I was asking. A recorded vote has been requested, and the vote will be postponed pursuant to the chairman's previous announcement. Mr. Gosar, you have the next amendment designated number 6.
So now I've cut it down to 2 paragraphs, so we'll see if we can make that work. As mentioned, the average applicant
How
for an
about one
individual
paragraph?
404 permit spends 788 days and $271,596 in completing the process, and the average applicant for a nationwide permit spends 313 days and $28,915, not counting the cost of mitigations or design. This amendment exempts from the covered commercial activity definition of the bill construction of roads and highways. In too many places, our road and highway infrastructure is crumbling and is in need of improvement. With that, I ask everybody to vote for this amendment, and I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on Gosar Amendment Number 6 to the bill. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. The vote will be postponed pursuant to my prior announcement. Mr. Gosar, you have the next amendment designated number 7. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If anybody can recite what it takes for delays, I will eliminate the first paragraph. Well, then, it's 788 days, $271,596 in completing the process, and the average applicant for a nationwide permit spends 313 days and $28,915, not counting the cost of mitigation or design costs. This amendment exempts from the covered commercial activity definition of the bill airline operations and air transport. My home state of Arizona is home to Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport and thousands of recreational pilots. My district is also home to the West Coast campus of Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, a world-class university that trains young pilots and other aviation professionals. I believe this legislation could subject the aviation industry to new and costly regulations, and brought up also the thought process in regards to Pacific Highway, Flyway being divided by increased travel, and therefore actually a benefit so that birds don't actually be killed. So with that, I ask everybody to support my amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on GOSAR Amendment Number 7. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. And in the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I ask for a recorded vote.
The vote has been asked for a recorded vote. The vote will be postponed based on prior announcement. Mr. Gosar, you have amendment number 8, sir.
You got.
I've got, I think, four more.
Mr. Chairman.
6 more.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a request, EOC
Please.
request? That you have all the amendments being passed out instead of the girls running back and forth every time. Just pass them all out now.
Yeah.
As you proceed.
All the same.
Well, no, just get them all
We'll
passed
find
out
out
so
if
they have them
everyone
in front of you.
I am. I read them every time. All the same. 16 trees have been cut down in my time.
Mr. Gosar.
Yes. Anybody? Going, gone? Know the numbers? As mentioned, the average applicant for an individual 404 permit spends 788 days, $271,596 in completing the process, and the average applicant for a nationwide permit spends 313 days and $28,915, not counting cost of mitigation on our design. This amendment exempts from the covered commercial activity definition of this bill construction of all new rail transportation infrastructure and existing rail transportation operations. Many of my Democratic colleagues on this committee are co-sponsors of the so-called Green New Deal. That legislation calls for a complete transformation of our existing transportation infrastructure, including the construction of high-speed rail operations. Once again, I ask everybody to vote for my amendment. Once again, specificity and process mean a lot. I ask for everybody to vote for it, and I yield back.
Discussion on the amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the GOSAR Amendment Number 8. Those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Recorded vote being requested, postponed based on prior announcement. We now, Mr. Gosar, you're recognized for number 9.
Mr. Chairman, once again, why I'm going through this detail and making sure everybody understands, 788 days, $271,596 in completing the process for a 404 permit, and the average applicant for a nationwide permit spends 313 days and $28,915, not counting the cost of mitigation or design changes. Is that important? Because what we up here in Washington, D.C. do not understand what business and people back on Main Street have to undergo with legislation and rules and regulatory state that we're imposing upon them. That way, it's very important for us to get that in our head. This amendment exempts from the covered commercial activity definition of this bill trucking and commercial transportation operations. Trucking and other commercial transportation operations employ millions of our constituents and are essential to our economy. Subjecting the trucking industry to a permitting process they have never experienced before will have detrimental economic impacts and create great uncertainty. Once again, we want to make sure that we have good legislation going forward. Process means everything. Some of these aspects are things that have not been considered and are not explicit within the bill. Therefore, I ask everybody to vote for this amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone wish to be recognized on the amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on GOSAR Amendment Number 9. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Ask for a recorded vote, please.
Gentleman has asked for a recorded vote and postponed pursuant to prior announcement. We go now to Ms. GOSAR Amendment Number 10.
Anybody willing to tell me what the numbers are? With that being said, as mentioned, the average applicant for an individual 404 permit spends 788 days and $271,596 in completing the process, and the average applicant for a nationwide permit spends 313 days, $28,915, not counting the cost of mitigation or design changes. We need to understand that when we're putting on rules and regulatory changes, there's an impugned value to the people that we represent. This amendment exempts from the covered commercial activity definition of the bill construction of police, fire, and other first responders facilities. I don't need to remind this committee of the events of the last several fire seasons. Millions of acres of our national forest burned, many lives were lost. We need to ensure that these brave first responders are housed and given the resources they need. I believe strongly that the underlying bill would add a completely new permitting process to the building of new first responders facilities. Once again, process means everything, detail means everything as well. With that, I ask everybody to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Is there any further discussion of the amendment? In the spirit of redundancy and hearing no further debate, the question is on GOSAR Amendment Number 10. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The noes have it, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Ask for a recorded vote.
Mr. Chairman,
Recorded vote has been requested and will postpone pursuant to prior announcement.
Mr. Chairman, just a question for you. I'm curious how the opinion of the chair continues ruling the noes have it when there's not even enough noes present to overcome this side.
Ask for a recorded vote immediately.
It's the opinion of the chair. Representative Gosar,
I
you're
oppose
recognized for next
the ruling of
amendment.
the chair and ask for reconsideration.
Representative Gosar, you have next amendment, designated number 11, sir.
I ask for a recorded immediate roll call vote. I'm challenging the ruling of the chair. You can't? Okay.
Designated number 11, Mr. Gosar.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Once again, as mentioned, the average applicant for an individual 404 permit spends 788 days and $271,596 in completing the process, and the average applicant for a nationwide permit spends 313 days and $28,915, not counting the cost of mitigation or design changes. This amendment exempts from the covered commercial activity definition of the bill of construction of low-income housing. In too many places in this nation, we need more low-income housing construction. Under the definition of commercial activity for which best practices clearly exist, construction is certainly one of those activities. Once again, definition in regards to legislation that has been thought through properly and has had good process begs that we actually offer this amendment. With that, I ask everybody to vote for this amendment and yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing no further debate on the question of amendment number 11. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed.
Ask for a recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote being requested, postponed pursuant to prior announcement. Mr. Gosar, you're now recognized for
Number 12.
number 12. Thank you.
I thank the chairman. As mentioned, the average applicant for an individual 404 permit spends 788 days, $271,596 in completing the process, and the average applicant for a nationwide permit spends 313 days and $28,915, not counting the cost of mitigation or design changes. This amendment exempts the construction of new renewable energy transmission. My colleagues on the other side of the street stress that we need more renewable energy in America. Meanwhile, it takes decades to prevent new transmission. The Sunzia project in southern New Mexico is an example of purely renewable energy transmission delayed for years, nearly 15 years to be certain, due to permitting delays. Now, this bill proposes a massive new permitting program which will delay projects for hospitals and nursing homes from the covered commercial activity definition of the bill. There is no reason we should burden construction of hospitals and new nursing homes with a lengthy permitting process included in the legislation. Once again, when we start making definitions, we imply legislation that hasn't been thought out very properly, and then we have consensus about all the coverages there. We need to make sure that we're specific about what is covered and what is not. Therefore, I ask everybody to support this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Any further discussion on Mr. Gosar's amendment, number 12? If there's no further debate, the question is on Gosar Amendment 12, I'm sorry. All those in favor, wishful thinking. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The opinion of chair of the noes have it, and the amendment is not
Ask for a
agreed to.
recorded vote, please.
Mr. Gosar requested a recorded vote, and it postponed based on prior announcement. Now we go, Mr. Gosar.
Thank you, Mr.
Amendment
Chairman.
number 13, sir.
Once again, we're to Amendment 13. As mentioned, the average applicant for an individual 404 permit spends 788 days and $271,596 in completing the process. and the average applicant for a nationwide permit spends 313 days and $28,915, not counting the cost of mitigation or design charges. This amendment exempts the construction of hospitals and nursing homes from the covered commercial activity definition. Right, that's the same one. That's the same one.
Oh, how could you tell?
That was the same one as last year.
Can I change it?
Gentleman yield.
Oh, so we did 12. Oh. Oh, once again, it's duplicative. Sorry. This is duplicative, so we'll go to number 14.
Gentleman is withdrawing.
Wait. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, I got it. This amendment exempts the construction of hospitals and nursing homes from the covered commercial activity definition of the bill. There is no reason we should burden the construction of hospitals and new nursing homes with a lengthy permitting process included in the legislation. Under this definition, best managed construction is certainly one of those activities. Adding 300 or 800 additional days and tens of hundreds of thousands of additional dollars to the costs onto our school systems. I'm sorry. This is about the addition of the schools, not hospitals and nursing programs. And the school children simply are unnecessary. Once again, this exemption exempts schools and school construction. And once again, we're impugning activity. Well, this is, yeah. Once again, I guess this is 13. I just asked for support and yield back. We're messed up.
The amendment? Hearing none, amendment number 13. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? No. The opinion of chair of the noes have it.
But we asked for a recorded vote.
Gentleman asked for a recorded vote, postponed prior to prior announcement. Mr. Gosar, you're recognized for your next amendment, number 14.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, I want to average.
My friend.
Tell everybody regards.
We normally ask, does anybody know the numbers?
This is number 14.
No. There are 788 days.
Oh, you want the numbers? Can you recite the numbers for me?
271,596 costs of completing the application process, 313 days, and 208,000 for design purposes. Is that
Well, I think the gentleman is $28,915, counting the cost of
okay,
mitigation.
sorry, I missed it.
This amendment exempts our underfunded schools from covered commercial activity definition of this bill. Let it be clear, the construction of schools is challenging, expensive, and time-consuming already. At the same time, our school districts struggle to meet the needs of the communities, particularly out west where we're dependent upon multiple use of public lands for some of that money. Under the definition of commercial activity for the best practices clearly exist, construction is certainly one of those activities. Adding 300 or 800 additional days and tens of hundreds of thousands of additional dollars into the cost to our school systems and school children seems simply unnecessary. Once again, I alluded early on to our conversation in regards to when these issues go to court, they actually look at what Congress intended for the purposes to be, for specificity and to make sure that the groups are represented properly. With that, I ask everybody to vote for this bill and then ask that future bills have the consideration of having good process, good policy, and good politics. With that, I yield back and ask everybody to
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion?
Yep, I do.
Mr. Bishop.
I just want to thank Mr. Gosar, especially as a former teacher, for this one dealing with looking out for schools. The impact federal policy has on schools and school construction should never be underestimated because it is significant, not only in my state, but even in states that don't have a lot of federal lands. So I appreciate you doing that, and I'm trying to give you guys a chance to come down here so you can vote on amendments that you've never heard. Yield that.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Anybody further discussion on it? If there's no further discussion and no further debate, the question is on Mr. Gosar's amendment number 14. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair of the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Gosar requests a recorded vote, postponed pursuant to my prior announcement. There is a vote on the House floor regarding another matter. We'll pick up the remaining business when we reconvene, so immediately after the floor votes. The committee will will now be in recess, subject to the call of the chair, which will be immediately after the votes, so we're in recess till then. Let me reconvene the meeting, and with the cooperation of Ranking Member Bishop and other members of the committee, it appears that we have worked out an agreement on 6 bills scheduled for markup today. One member had asked for time to address one of the bills that's on the consent package. We will, when Mr. Heiss comes in, we will recognize him. Is there anyone else that wants to speak on any of the bills on the unanimous consent? I'll make as we've done before, I'll make a single UC motion to discharge the agreed upon bills. I ask unanimous consent that the Subcommittee for Indigenous Peoples of the United States be discharged from further consideration, H.R. 895, H.R. 3160. I ask unanimous consent that the Subcommittee on Energy and Mineral Resources be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 496. I ask unanimous consent that the Subcommittee National Parks, Forests, and Public Lands be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 306, H.R. 1702, and H.R. 3465, and without objection, so order. I now ask unanimous consent that the following bills be adopted and ordered favorably, reported as described to the House of Representatives. H.R. 306 with an amendment number 1 offered by myself. H.R. 496, H.R. 895, H.R. 1702 with an NS offered by myself, and an amendment number 110 to the NS offered by myself. H.R. 3160 and H.R. 3465 with an NS offered by myself, and an amendment number 1 to the NS offered by myself. Without objection, so ordered. Without objection, the motions to reconsider are laid on the table. Without objection, the long titles of H.R. 306 and H.R. 1702 are amended. So done with it. And I want to thank members and subcommittee chairs for their work on that UC package, and Mr. Bishop for his cooperation. The question now is on adopting as amended and ordering favorably reported to the House H.R. 2640 legislation by Ms. Holland. A recorded vote has been requested. The question is on final passage of H.R. 2640. Members will now record their votes, and voting is now open. The Buffalo Tract. I pre-recorded mine. This is for me, right? Has everyone voted? I haven't voted? There. Yeah, I got it. Now that I've voted, has everybody voted? If everybody's confirmed their vote, if the clerk would please report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 14 and the nays are 20.
The nays have it, and the amendment fails. Before we move on to final passage of Migratory Bird Protection Act, let me, Mr. Heiss had requested time in order to talk about the unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate the time, and I appreciate you including my bill, H.R. 306, the Kettle Creek Battlefield Study Act. I want to extend my thanks to colleagues on both sides of the aisle for supporting this. Some of you may not be familiar with the Battle of Kettle Creek. It took place on February 14th, 1779, but it is a major battle that really was a turning point in the Revolutionary War. It's the only Patriot victory in Georgia, and basically it involved the British sending troops in, 8 or 7 to 900, say 800 or so troops, and they were sent to specifically South Carolina and North Carolina, and they came through Georgia, and Colonel Pickens with a group of about 300 militiamen defeated the British in that, and the British were there to try to encourage the Loyalists, recruit more, and all that came to a stop. It's a significant battleground battle for our country, and also interesting that was the battle where famed African-American Austin Dabney was wounded. He later was awarded 50 acres in Washington County and was given a lifetime annual pension from the Georgia State Legislature for his heroic work and service to our country. And so this is a very important battlefield for our country, and certainly a very important one in the state of Georgia. And in closing, I would just say in 2007, the report to Congress on the historical preservation of Revolutionary War and War of 1812 sites in the United States, it was mentioned that Kettle Creek was certainly a battle of tremendous influence and had significant results in the entire Revolutionary War. And so for this study to take place is very important to us and very important to our country at a time. I think overall we've done a great job in this country preserving particularly Civil War sites and that type of thing, but we've watched a lot of the revolutionary sites disappear. And to be able to stand for that and support it, to preserve it, and hopefully through this study to see this site be included as a unit within the National Park Service is very important. And I just want to say thank you to all of you for your support for that. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Thank you, sir. The question is now on adopting H.R. 5552 as amended and ordering it favorably reported to the House. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the bill roll call has been requested. The question is on final passage of H.R. 5552, ordering favorably reported as amended to the House. Members will now record their vote, and the voting is open. If every member has confirmed their vote, the vote is now closed, and the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 20 and the nays are 14.
The ayes have it. The bill is favorably reported as amended to the House, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. All members will have 2 days in which to file supplemental, additional, minority, or dissenting views. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be allowed to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the bills ordered reported today, subject to the approval of the minority. Also ask unanimous consent that for any bill ordered reported today with amendments, that the bill be considered reported with an amendment to strike out all after the enacting clause and insert the text of the bill with its perfecting amendments adopted in committee. Without objection, I want to thank you all for your indulgence and time. Appreciate it. Meeting adjourned.